Hello everybody, welcome back to the channel and welcome to Racing with Subscribers. We are going to be racing with subscribers in the Assetto of the Corsa. Good times. We've got the server up here. Server's called GamerMuscle. Password is T Tango Echo Alpha. We got the RSS vintage car here going to start with. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. Didn't get much better than this, really. Hello, fantasy racing. Fizz nasty. I can't even read. Straight in there. Driving a cigarette packet. That British sky. It's all cloud. It's cloud all the way down. What doing? Oh, that corner's difficult. Government warning. Do you know what? I was having a sleep and that bloody the severe alert thing came through my phone and I didn't even know it was happening. I woke up, I'm like, whoa, we've been nuked. Phone's going bing, bing. I'm like, what the fuck? What is coming? I thought I was dreaming. And I was like, oh no, it's one of those tests. So that was good. Enjoyed the heart attack. My heart rate went up to like 500. Honestly, pure adrenaline. I was like, I'm dying. Pure adrenaline. That woke me up, but then I went back to sleep. So it didn't wake me up for long. But it was pretty funny though, because the phone was going. I sleep with headphones on. So it was really loud. It was like this really weird tone. Oh, bloody hell. Jurassic Jam. Can I have some jam on toast, please? Oh no, the strawberries have escaped. The electrified strawberry fields. The power's gone off. Can you can't change wheel rotation value inside of AC, can you? Don't think you can. Ah. Don't run over that curb. That's pure death. Got very oops. Very stiff suspension on that. Oh, my knees are hurting, guys. Knees of pain. Three people in the server, including myself. Get some more people. Oh no, yeah, we'll get some more people in here. Filling up. Fill her up, boys. Maintenance tool failed to create a lock file. Oh well. Don't really care about that. I'm going to run slightly faster steering. We're cheating. Cheater muscle. Boom app, how's it going? Got some Heineken here. Thanks to Blake Harris as well for his Patreon. Appreciate that. Blake Harris dropping money on us. Raining Harris. How's everyone doing? Hello, Ritual Horse. How you going, man? So we were live streaming. We woke up at 2. Then we live streamed from like 4 a.m. till like 9 a.m. and then I just fell asleep and then woke up again. So I have no idea what's going on. Had great insomnia session as usual. My hobby is the world's worst sleep pattern. What can you do? What can you do, guys? Beautiful. We're gonna have to get some people. Gonna have to. Low 91's in here. Do you think we'll get a full Silverstone server at this time on a Sunday? Do you think it's possible? Hello, Orimu. Zoltan, bro.
Good evening, sir.
Thank you for subscribing. Really appreciate the support. 2 months. Thank you very much. These subscribers are out of control, guys. Really appreciate it. I think we're almost on 19,000 followers on Twitch as well, which is crazy. Got to start somewhere. Start in the Portaloo. Portaloo. Mine only went off once, Matt. But I was saying, I was asleep when it went off and I had Bluetooth headphones on. And I was asleep, so I woke up thinking that World War III had started. And yeah, I enjoyed the adrenaline. I enjoyed instantaneous. I was like, right, need to get to the basement. Oh no, I don't. Fine. Wow. That corner's brutal with this. Get in your 1950s refrigerator. Yeah, new one's not going to be strong enough. And with that, back to the studio. Hiding your sim rig. I mean, a refrigerator is pretty solid shell, like an old refrigerator. I know you're talking about Indiana Jones, but like, it's not the worst unless you got stuck in it. It's probably a bad way to go. I'd love to live in a lighthouse. A big one though. I don't want 2 small rooms. You need enough. You need the walls to be big enough for you to be able to put a curved projector screen on them for your sim rig. Also, I'd want my lighthouse to be on a not just like, it needs to be on like a little bit of an island or something. I can't just have one of those lighthouses that just sticks out in the sea. That'd be terrible. You want like a little bit of beach that you can sit on.
Well, everybody.
Well, everybody. Beautiful. Thanks for the well, everybody. 07 buck. Well, everybody. What a time. You need one in Birmingham. It's the only way to see over the smog. Is it like at midday or something? 1 PM? 11 AM? I don't know. It was. I wonder how many people crashed their cars because they were reading the alert on their phone. This is AC1, yes. This is the first one. But ironically, the third Kunos game. Weirdly, I would say Netcar is a better name for a game than Assetto Corsa. Can't believe they got away with the naming. Netcar's a good name. It's a car on the net. Netcar sounds like a 90s blockbuster film. Netcar with Keanu Reeves. The new F1 car made you give up on Evo. I think Evo will do alright, you know. I think it will sell well. If they could have a bit of controllable slip at the limit and remove some more damping from the force feedback. And it's got online ranked racing. I think it will do well. I think it's worth people giving it a hard time though at the moment. Hello, Mr. Alpha. Well, because at the moment the grip just turns off at the limit, like iRacing in Evo. Like you, doesn't really have like natural slip at the limit for whatever reason. Probably because they're using the correct data. Unfortunately, that doesn't necessarily translate to cars driving realistically. I think AC1 is definitely unrealistically controllable in some ways, but real cars are like simcade, so people a lot of sim racers don't realise how real cars are like on a flat track with perfect conditions and everything. Real cars feel simcade. They're super predictable. It's only when you have like setups wrong, tracks not perfect, wheels are not perfect, that's when real cars start to be a lot more erratic. But like a track like Donington, Silverstone, they're so like smooth. Tracks designed for motorbike racing. Cars handle on them like super predictably. But I don't think a lot of sim racers realise, you know, which is strange because you can go-karting and you'll find that go-karts, although they're not the same as cars obviously, but they're very predictable. But it's still, you know, it's four wheels. So I don't know what it is with sim racers thinking that real cars shouldn't have like easily controllable slip. But there you go. This car hates low speed. Oh, my knees are hurting. This is a 1979. This is meant to be the Lotus 79. But it's totally not a Lotus 79, obviously, for legal reasons. I don't think Evo will be a Star Citizen. Nah, like it's a driving sim. The design framework's very well set out, and what they're trying to do is a lot of work for their small dev team, but it's not crazy, not that crazy. Star Citizen's just stupid. Do we need a setup here? Can you say setup low 91? I feel like we're not too far off what's possible. We've got a bit too much downforce. This car does not want to hold slip around those corners. Well, the thing with Elite Dangerous is it doesn't try to be a full-on simulator. They designed it around what's probably going to be fun. And the combat in Elite Dangerous works as if it was in an atmosphere. Right, I think we could probably only do... With this setup, we could probably only get like 5/10 faster maximum. So let's share the setup. There we go. Let's see the shenanigans here. Although I did have a lot of fuel in the car, so. There we go. New tyres in what? Oh, in Irish, yeah, but the new tyres still have the same problems as the old tyres, so it doesn't really make any difference. Well, I mean, it doesn't have to exist for you to be able to do it realistically or not, does it? That's actually another good argument for why you don't have to do something to understand how it would work. Like, you don't have to have been a space soldier doing space combat to have an idea of how space combat could actually operate. It's a really good argument for why you don't have to drive a real race car to know what's probably realistic. Like, you can absolutely say that Elite Dangerous is not how plane spaceships would fight, because they don't need to. You're not flying, you're floating, right? So you could just thrust in directions or whatever. Like, the direction doesn't even matter. Like, the roll and stuff doesn't matter. There's no air resistance. But it's more fun. It's more fun for a fighter plane, for a spaceship to fight like a World War II plane. In many ways, or it's more conceptually understandable. New UI, I don't know. Well, we'll try it. We'll give it a go. I just I think iRacing's fun for what it is, but it's I don't think there's ever a chance they'll ever fix the underlying tech. I don't think they dare to. Synthetic sign up, yeah, exactly. The problem is the difficulty is if you have realistic space physics with vehicles for combat or something, you have to, like, to change direction, you have to undo the force that you did in the first direction. So it's not about, like, manipulating momentum or balance. It's just about direction. So you'd have to think of other mechanics to make it interesting. Maybe like how you manage fuel, it would all be about planning. Preemptive planning would be the bigger aspect of it. And then doing stuff within the constraints of G limits and things. I mean, there'd probably be a lot of stuff around proximity, and you'd probably have a lot more stuff around low mass laser weaponry would probably be a big thing, and then the range of which you were for how you'd be affected by that would probably be a bigger thing. Because mass is going to be the biggest thing, like in space. Like the more mass you have, the harder it is to move, and the more mass you need to move stuff. So lasers have the least amount of mass and the potential for, like, actually attacking something, right? So you wouldn't be using bullets or rockets or anything. It'd be lasers, some kind of laser photon-based weaponry, and then yeah, it'd be like it'd all be about like really long range things, and then you'd probably you'd be leveraging planets a lot, and so it'd all be like orbital mechanics and timing based. You know. How does thrust work in a vacuum? You're ejecting stuff from your vehicle. It depends on the type of thruster, but I mean, you could use a solar sail, and so the solar rays are hitting the sail, and that's going to push you, or you are effectively ejecting mass from your vehicle. So you're pushing against that mass that you're ejecting. That's basically it. It's the same as how it works in a non-vacuum, but you can't in the atmosphere. You can leverage the oxygen in the atmosphere as part of the fuel, but in space you have to provide the oxygen as well. So you lose out on, you have to use, like, what is it, like 40% more fuel, but then there's less resistance. So there's a whole load of stuff to it. It's quite interesting, but I don't think it's not interesting for a pilot. It's interesting for a mathematician. Which is generally not normally the most exciting thing for a space combat game. Also, you really need a sense of what up and down is Otherwise, it's just really disorientating. And being disorientated isn't really the funnest thing to be fighting against as well. That's the other thing. It could turn out that space combat is actually completely miserable. Like the reality of sailing, like being a what's it called, like a seaman. Like, it would be miserable. So why would you want to create a video game of something that's like literally miserable? Like in a real race car, why would you want to copy flat spotting, right? It's miserable. Why would you want to copy like pissing in this car seat? That's not a fun thing to simulate. I mean, you could do it, can't you? But there's Gabe Newell and was saying this with like Half-Life 1 and stuff, Half-Life 2. It's like people would be like, oh look, we could do this. It's just like reality, and then they'd be like, yeah, but is it fun? As no one sat down and asked the question, is that actually a fun thing to do, literally? It's a more important question. Hello, Dean Cows. Welcome along. Let's go racing. Yeah, I think you just need to... I think The Expanse, out of all the space science fiction, I think The Expanse did a good, from a television sort of science fiction perspective, I think The Expanse did a really good job of sort of keeping more science in there, but it's still being fictional. But basically they made it sort of feel a bit more gritty and a bit more grounded and a bit more tense. So I think that was quite good. Yeah, but then they had a lot of stupid stuff in it, like no way would spaceships fire projectiles. Didn't make any sense. And then that whole the G force stuff, the gel, which kind of makes sense, but yeah. There's also the obvious thing that space is so big. The priorities for why do you need to defend certain things is quite different, and it's also why would you defend something in space? You defend it on the ground, like, you know, you use the environment to your advantage as part of the defense. You don't defend something in the weakest position. It just doesn't make sense. So like, this is why castles were built on top of natural hills. Because you didn't then have to build a huge hill. It's already a defensive position. So then what it becomes is, the difficulty then becomes defending the logistics of supplying that defensive position. Also the whole thing with space stuff is, I think, you definitely just use a lot more robotics, right? It'd just be a lot more remote. Yeah, the G4 stuff becomes quite a problem. why would you wouldn't you do? It's like with drones and stuff now, and modern fighter craft. Why would you want if you don't need a person to control it? You're not going to bother, because having a person in your vehicle restricts what it can do massively. Run costs, you have to have oxygen and everything. It's like, that's more pointless stuff. So the moment you can have things done remotely, you can have a much better vehicle. Basically, I think pretty much all modern fighter, all the current military stuff that you won't see because it's top secret, none of it's pilot. All of it is remote. There'll be some. You'll have some aerial-based aircraft for controlling the remote stuff, but fundamentally, it's pretty much all. It'll be all remote. I mean, it already is. Whoa, chase down here. Low 91 under pressure. We're lapping about the same speed here. Thank you. Sending it through there. Ah, no. Huge error. Cooked the 91. Grassed it. This car does not like the grass. Gonna try and catch up with this now. Well, to be fair to Evo, the current gen of Formula 1 cars are pretty terrible for like handling at the limit, so Evo's probably in a good state at the moment. for simulating modern F1 tyres turning off. Whoops. he's right over our bottom. What a bum wobbler. Well, I'm reading chat. Bad time to read chat. The bearer of bad news. Everyone's the bearer of bad news. Ooh. Hello, the meeting. Let's go. Oh no, this is a final lap. Ah! Jeez. I grassed myself. You don't want to grass yourself, guys. Nice looking cars. Not bad. F1 cars should be smaller with the crash structure sticking out across cars. It makes sense. This is a proper steering wheel on this car. Look at that. It's a wheel. It's an actual wheel. Good racing, guys. Let's get another track up here. Well done, feedback of force. Low 91, myself. Jimmy Turbo's back in here.
Jimmy Turbo.
Ren, Neo, Therese. Top 7. Well done, guys. Look at that. Would you look at that? Yeah, look at that. Let's change the weather again. Let's have some nice sunshine. We do have a setup. Everyone shares setups in the chat in the game, and then we share it on the thing. So there you go. Servers up, guys. Get in there. They did. I use feedback of forces setup. Get in there, guys. Jason Murphy's in there straight away like a laser. Cheers, everyone. I could do with a cup of tea, actually. Ah, man. Looks like our advertising board's on fire. Yeah. Look at that car. A proper ground force machine. I mean, that is a ridiculous car, isn't it? Like it's just all ground effect. Got a front wing, big rear wing, bit of a gurney flap on it. Actually, does it have a gurney flap? I think it does. It just curves up, but it's basically a gurney flap. And then it's all ground effect. All this has got skirts on it. Pure ground effect car. Alright, Andreas, thanks for popping in. Wonder how fast you have to go. How fast do you have to go for ground effect to work? Come look here. Here we go, let's see. Ask ChatGPT. Ask ChatGPT for some ground effect knowledge. He's thinking. Thought for 21 seconds, now it's analysing. I asked it too hard of a question, guys. I wanted a nice graph that it describes. Here we go, it's done a bloody imp. Longitudinal ground effect, downforce versus speed, 1979 style F1 car. How ground effect coefficient ramps with ride height. This could just be made up. Oh yeah, like you really see that the last it ramps up massively, so that's why you want the skirts. Also, it keeps the lower the ride height, the more it amplifies, the faster you go as well, according to ChatGPT. It's quite interesting. So basically, yeah, well, it makes sense, doesn't it? Because it's creating a vacuum. So the better the vacuum seal, the more the vacuum can operate. So ChatGPT says, could be BS. Ground effect with F1 with sliding skirts. Once you're roughly 85 to 110 mile per hour band, and then it scales hard with speed. With ride height, at speed and ride height. At 100 kilometers per hour, you feel some help, but it doesn't until you're running, unless there's good sealing. A few millimeters more clearance can cut tunnel suction dramatically. It's weird, yeah. A few less millimeter can push you towards choking. Stall at the throat. I don't even know what that means. As speed climbs, the car is sucked down, which can increase suction further. If it improves sealing or reduces it, it chokes. Transient bouncing and porpoising. 1979 skirts help stability by sealing, but this team still fought heave and pitch oscillations, hence very stiff setups. Pragmatically, most driver engineers call it working well when tunnel downforce is at least comparable to the car's weight and is stable with small ride height changes, typically in the mid-teens of millimeter range. I wonder how true that is. I don't know anything to know if that's true or not. I mean, it sounds reasonable, but that's how they get you. Quite interesting though. All I know is cargo fast, happy time. That's all you need to know, right? Who knows, maybe one day they'll put a fan in a car to suck it to the ground. That's ridiculous though. Does the McMurtry have a... does it have a skirt on it? Well, that's your opinion, Skywork, but it's still fun to race, so... It's easy to drive, fun to race, good as a video game. Deal with it. What's the purpose if it's not guaranteed to be right? Well, because it can still give sources, and you could also be like, right, it's quite you could use a bit of sort of critical thinking to be like, no. So for example, the way that ground effect would increase exponentially does seem generally right, and the speeds at which you would expect it to have more effect does seem generally right, but the problem is you'd have to have a really basic understanding of these things already. So that's what it is. You're contrasting with previous knowledge. But the thing is, though, I think it's actually a really good idea to be skeptical of all information, right? Because there's some stuff that's written by experts where they've just cocked up, or they've been in a rush, or they've written it down wrong. And so, at the end of the day, and this is how I treat information that I consume myself, especially even more so with things I have no knowledge on, I go, oh, that sounds really interesting and fun, but I put it into a box in my brain that could be the truth, but I wouldn't, if I was going to tell someone else, I would say to them, I got this is what ChatGPT told me, and I'm very skeptical of it. So that's the key thing. Or you say, so like, a good example of that is where it's like, if I have a medical problem, I would do research on the internet, website, whatever, a whole bunch of stuff, and multiple sources, some, whatever, and then I'll go, okay, well, this seems like the more or less reasonable thing from using my critical thinking skills. And then when I go to my GP, I would say to them, this to me seems like the most likely thing that lines up with what I think is going on. However, I'm not a doctor, and I got this information from here, and so I'm very skeptical. Do you know what I mean? So that's it's the same in a normal conversation with someone. Like some people, you'll be talking to them and they'll tell you something, you don't know anything about the subject, and it's not that you're not assuming that they're lying. You just go, right, well, that's really interesting. Now it's information that I'm not going to like wage my life on. Do you know what I mean? And I think the more comfortable you can be with doing that, the better things are for you. Also, you have to be aware that people make mistakes all the time with what they say, and they might also absolutely believe it themselves. So, it's just being appropriately skeptical. And most of it is based on if someone can give you good sources or not. and generally the problem is the thing that's difficult is people have to develop a skill set for appropriate skepticism, and then also a skill set for going right. What things are more outlandish than other things? So you have to have an understanding of that. So, right, yeah, people just have to develop that skill, though. That's the thing. Flat Earth confirmed, yeah. Well, no, so even with flat earthers, there are interesting parts of it where you go, well, actually, how many people themselves have genuinely sat down and done any form of, like, testing to come to the conclusion? So it is actually quite interesting in the sense that even people that are critical and sort of scientifically minded would immediately go, oh, flat earthers idiots, right? I mean, they are, don't get me wrong, but they would immediately go like that. But then actually they haven't necessarily, that they're literally just taken it as a matter of fact based off some, like, general information. They haven't really actually considered, well, how you know, okay, it's a bit absurd to go, well, okay, all the space stuff was fake, and you know, but do you know what I mean? The point, I'm just being as charitable as possible. Actually going, well, I know, hang on, boats do disappear over the horizon. Why is that the case? Or you know, a Coriolis effect, or that. There's it actually are a lot of interesting things. I know KHMP1, yeah. It's quite funny, isn't it? You can only do one thing at a time, and you're like, well, hang on. So then you as a patient have to identify which is the most prescient issue. It's so stupid. Which is actually an incredibly difficult skill for someone to understand, and like, they'd have to have a pretty good understanding of things. So, like, I'm not a doctor, this is not medical advice, obviously, but you know, if you had an infection, an immediate infection, that's probably one of the, you know, it's very timing based and it could get worse, so that probably takes priority. But a person might not know that. They might be like, oh, this, you know, if someone can't breathe, that's obviously at the top level of importance. That's even more important than an infection if they can't breathe, you know. So there's a whole hierarchy to these things, but yeah, when you have a whole bunch of subtle stuff, you're like, well, is it the sleep that's causing the problem, and maybe sleep apnea? Is it diet that's causing the problem? Is it back pain? Is it stress? Is it literally just a lack of hydration? So yeah, it's crazy. That's the problem with anything complex, though, isn't it? In terms of being skeptical, it's very hard to define. How does someone have develop an actual sense of rounded skepticism? It's not just one thing, it's like an aggregate of wider contextual understanding. Yeah, well, I mean, even that, though, is not necessarily the surefire way, because there's so many people that have learnt logical fallacies, but then they still are, they apply them incorrectly, and so they make the fallacy. So, or they learn they might learn a few logical fallacies, but then they're very selective with what they apply it to. But yeah, I agree, like being aware of them is a good start point. Can you share your setup, LOL91? Let's all go drifting. Yeah, AMS2's got really dodgy physics. I don't think anything can fix it. A lot of people don't notice though, so just have fun driving it. It's really hard, these slow corners in this car. Oh, don't trundle around on the racing line, please. The reduced slip angle makes it much better. Yeah, it's not that. The AMS2, the throttle hooks up the rear instantly. You can't brake naturally. The lift off oversteer doesn't work properly. Trail braking doesn't work properly. The wheels lock and then the car goes mental, so you have to underbrake. The cars are great in the specific zone of slip, which is very realistic, but then it's never in like a groove and then in slip. It's always like this. It's always in some over the top of the slip. So if you don't notice that stuff, it's fine. Force feedback's great and everything, but it's shit compared to AC. So unfortunately, the sad thing is, these models, I'm not having a debate with you. You either know or you don't. So it's just one of those things. Just enjoy it if you enjoy it. Right, setup. Can you share setup, please? We need setups. The difficulty is R Factor 2, LMU, iRacing, AMS2. All these sims have monstrously complex tire models and variables, and we saved the setup. I'm an idiot. They all have incredibly complicated tire models, and it's basically impossible for a car person, the car modeler, to then massage a specific result out of the car. So the end result is you get moments of like really good physics, but on balance the overall driving experience has like huge physics holes in it, and then forces you to basically drive in a somewhat ridiculous way. Whereas AC1 and AMS1, Richard Burns Rally, they're simple, they're overly simplistic, which maybe you could get bored if you're a pretty decent sim racer. Maybe you get bored of it being too easy or something. or feeling overly consistent, because it is overly consistent. But then again, real cars are very consistent in perfect conditions, but a lot of sim racers don't know that. So the thing is like, at least you can drive naturally, even if it's a bit simple in AMS1, AC, Richard Burns Rally, I don't know what, whatever, Dirt Rally. and then you can focus on the racing and everything else. But when you have these sims where the tyres like either just turn off because they flash heat at iRacing, I think the same thing is happening in Evo. ACC, the tyres just turn off, or it's on and off, passenger slip. It's just no developer has really maximized what you could do with like a Pajenka based model yet. I'll reduce the gearing. Okay. Yeah, so no developers really maximized what you could do with the AC1 or AMS1. And there'd be stuff that car implementers could do to maximize them as well, in terms of really lining them up. And the fact is, real race drivers use AC1 to practice with, so it's obviously good enough. Like, drivers that are a billion times better than me at driving are like, yeah, AC1's pretty good. So if that's the case, what's the point with all the really complicated stuff that then makes it all over the place? For the benefit of occasionally the tyres are a bit more like real tyres, but most of the time they're not. Exactly, Ryan. Yeah, in real life, the tracks, lots of tracks are like not perfect. So I'm not debating. I'm just explaining how it is. That is. Yeah, in real life, the cars aren't perfect, the tyres aren't perfect, the track conditions aren't perfect. There's weird bumps and stuff on the track. There's, depending on the track, and that adds a lot of variation to things. You don't have as much time to practice, so. Anyway. But yeah, the thing is, if someone can't tell how AMS2 is messed up or how iRacing is messed up, they're never going to understand. There's nothing you can say, I don't think, that would make them understand. Like, they would already have to know exactly how it's messed up from just them driving it and understanding it. So I think this is why you can never have this conversation with people. If you think about it, it's more complex than the idea of there not being a god, right? So, think how many people could not accept the idea of there not being a god, and it's more complex than that. Like, there being no god is just someone saying there's no evidence of God, so until there's evidence, there's no point believing in it, because there's just no evidence, right? There could be a god, but there's no evidence, so and that is too hard for a lot of people to grasp. So imagine having something where you've got like a game with all like different ways of approaching it, different skill levels, so it's just oh no, quali's finished. Well, at least we're using this setup. Should be alright. No, agnostic would be saying you can't prove it. That's not the argument I'm making. Agnostic Agnostic isn't that you don't know. Agnostic is saying that you can't prove it either way. Gnostic would be making the claim that you can prove it, but there's no evidence. So you could be an agnostic or Gnostic atheist. But that's separate to what I was saying. You could still be an agnostic and say there's no evidence at the moment. So we just, you know, you could be Gnostic or agnostic and just say, well, there's no evidence right now. So it would, but the problem is, what's happened is that a lot of people confuse. Yeah, they're confused over how that all works. Right. Let's go. Yeah, so a lot of people do this, like pandering to go in. Oh, we don't know. We don't know what's there yet, so I'm agnostic, and it's like, well, you do not apply that reasoning to anything else. You just say, well, there's no evidence yet. You wouldn't make a claim of agnosticism over something where there's no evidence. Like, if I said to you, there's invisible dinosaurs walking around, you wouldn't go, oh, I'm agnostic to that because there's no evidence. You'd just say, yeah, I don't know, there's no evidence. Do you know what I mean? You wouldn't have a debate on if you're agnostic or Gnostic about that. You'd just say, oh, there's no evidence yet, so I can't really I'm not even thinking about it. It's interesting to think it's possible, but do you know what I mean? It's really weird for someone to take this sort of, it's because people don't want to be controversial by going against a sort of a mainstream view on something. So, you know, in areas where there's a lot of religion, that they'll do that more. In areas where there's less religion, they won't feel like they need to. Here we go. Scientology doesn't work for anybody. I don't know what you mean. Here we go. So Scientology works for people making money, for sure, and tax evasion. That's good. It's good for that. I need to create my own religion. Test alert! I'm going to create the religion of muscle. Woo! Look, do you remember the Project Cars 2 puddles where they had literal zero grip? So you could roll your car onto them at like 1 mile an hour and then just stop and the car would just keep sliding. Well, you know, it's kind of funny how L. Ron Hubbard was a science fiction writer. I know. Oh well. I mean, there's always part of you that's like, at what point do people... I mean, the thing is, no one should exploit someone, I don't think. Like, if it's ethically wrong to exploit someone, right? So that's obviously just evil and bad. But there's also the whole thing of, like, at what point are you like, right, come on, use a little bit of critical thinking on these things. Just a little bit. It's like people falling for psychics and stuff. Docents, yeah, there's lots of aspects of R Factor 2 that are great. there's also lots of aspects of it that are not so great. So one of them is that the cars are too stuck into the trajectory on the corner entry, and you can't do, a lot of the time you can't do natural drifting in R Factor 2 unless you have like a really specifically set up vehicle. Also, because R Factor 2 has a very complicated tyre model, a lot of it really depends on the specific tyre that's being used with R Factor 2, and that can really change. So R Factor 2 is not necessarily just one thing. It's incredibly tyre model sensitive. And then because the cars are also very complex as well, you have a much bigger range of quality of vehicle in R Factor 2, and that's another big problem with more complex physics engines. So in theory, you can get incredibly good results out of R Factor 2, but on balance, a lot of the content is all over the place and has some fundamental physics issues that you can't get around that result in quite cheesy driving. So again, it's the problem is the complexity makes it nigh impossible for someone to actually develop a very well refined vehicle. So, and you might say you do lots of racing. It's like I know multiple people that are very, very good race drivers, and they all go for AC1 for the specific reasons that I'm always talking about. And they all, there's obviously problems with AC1 that everyone knows. Like I say, it's like overly simplistic. It's overly controllable in huge amounts of slip. It's a bit sluggish in rotation. There's a whole bunch of stuff with AC1 that's cheesy. But yeah, like this is when people say, "Oh, I've done some real driving," and I'm like, "Yeah, but okay, I know some very talented drivers that would go with AC1," and so I tend to, like, if we're going to do argument from authority, well, I go with their views combined with my view. But yeah, I don't think R Factor 2 is bad. Like, I think R Factor 2, as I say, it's down to the content really massively. So well, that's neutral. Dan, I don't need to. AC1's force feedback's fine by default for driving. I could check it out, but AC1's bog standard force feedback tells you exactly what the car's doing. So why bother? It's good enough. I'll try your force feedback out just to humour you. But yeah, it's like, you don't need that. It's like Marvin's app for iRacing. It's fine. Well, LMU, they have their own tyres on the vehicles. It's R Factor 2, but they've constructed their own tyre for it. So, you know, to be honest, real cars can feel arcadey to drive as well, though. So it's, you know. Oh, look at that dust storm. Oh no! What's everyone doing? They got bamboozled by the smoke. It's not, it's just for a demo for what can come for all sims. I'll give it a go. Is it built into what you're using? Yeah, the whole arcade terminology thing doesn't really make any sense because, you know, what does it even mean? Darude Sandstorm. I think what people normally mean by arcade is that things can feel a bit simplistic. Right, I'll give it a go, Dan, but the problem is, it's not force feedback. I think a lot of people have misconstrued what I've said. Like, some games do have an issue with force feedback, but the bigger issue is actually the game's physics. So, iRacing, it has a problem with force feedback. Marvin's force feedback app has fixed that problem. The issue is the physics. The tyres do not re-grip fast enough, and you can't balance slip naturally. So, no force feedback can fix that. I have a suspicion with LMU. I think its physics are reasonably good. Like, the cars seem to hold slip quite nicely. They're very progressive. So I think with LMU, the issue is force feedback primarily. ACC, I think, is a mixture again of its physics combined with the lack of force feedback detail. Because if you play ACC with like an AccuForce wheel, you can add in a whole bunch of stuff that at least means that the force feedback doesn't just drop off when you get into certain bits of slip. So what? Well, Grid is designed around Codemaster's gamepad driving, which is actually a really well implemented sort of SimCady way of controlling cars, especially with the gamepad. I think they actually feel really nice to drive, to be honest. You can be quite precise, you can drift around a bit. I keep going into neutral, don't know what's wrong with me. But Codemasters actually have developed quite good gamepad implementation for like all their games years ago. For playing with a gamepad, like one of the less restrictive gamepad implementations. I think it was with Dirt 3 that they sorted out their gamepad stuff, because that drove really nice with the gamepad. Ridge Racer. Well, look, we'll try it, Dan. We'll give it a go. Do I need to do too much shit to get this to work? But as I say, AC1's force feedback is perfectly fine. So, but like you say, you why is he upside down? Well done, feedback and force. Low 91, Jake, myself, Adam in 5th, Jason Murphy 6th, Fit Bockus 7th. Right, let's get another server up here. How would you why not do this force feedback thing for LMU, because that's a game that needs better force feedback. You should just fork Marvin's app, because it's really solid and I think it's open source, and then do whatever with that. Let me get the new server up here, guys. Server filter. Here we go. Right, I've got a new server up here. Right. Where is this? Where's this thing? How easy is this to remove as well? Right. It's your custom force feedback engine idea. Yeah, but why would... Right, so... Why do you need AI to give you feedback? That doesn't make any sense. You don't need that. Like, there's... Either the force feedback is set up correctly or not. Like, how does a large language model just have a slider that's like more rumble, less rumble, or you know, how Marvin's app works? I don't understand this whole thing of using AI. Also, someone that has to ask AI, if someone's going, oh, it feels too floaty, and then AI like increases the curve or something to make the force feedback more abrupt. But the person that asks those types of questions is a fucking idiot, so they shouldn't even be given an answer. They need to just be given the correct thing in the first place. So the problem is, like, it's like with car setups, using AI for car setups. There's this meme in sim racing of people going, oh, I want to be able to talk to an engineer, and it's like, so you're just going to say some completely useless question that's unrelated to the fact that you're a shit driver. So, like, like if someone is at a level where setup is pertinent, they wouldn't ask the shit question in the first place. It'd be like, oh, I'm at a level that's all right. Well, obviously the gearing's wrong. Oh, this curb is causing me an issue. Well, obviously I need to, if I'm going to cut the track here, we need to adjust the suspension to allow us to take that curb. And then the thing is, an engineer would then say, yeah, you can't adjust. If you adjust that, that will compromise too much pace somewhere else.
The pace car is out of control.
Right? But the reality is, the type of people that will ask these questions are idiots that just need to be told what the right thing is, or they need to just learn how to drive better, or they need to understand how force feedback is useful, for example. So that's like, philosophically, this whole AI thing is just wrong. It's my view. Yeah, I don't see the point of this force feedback app in AC. So, sorry to undermine your hard work. Yeah, you're saying, like, in your description you said turn off the EQ, otherwise you'll lose the amazing tyre detail. So you'll lose pointless rumble that's of absolutely no value to drive from, that an idiot would think was useful. I have a suspicion that this is bollocks. But, you know, appreciate the hard work you put into it. It's all beside the point, though, of like, the main thing that's wrong with Sims force feedback is the dynamic range of the low frequency loading of the force feedback, not suspension. So what's missing in LMU, for example, is the load change of, like, where the grip's coming and going, not vibrations or anything. And it's getting that detail from the simulator, so that you can feel like as soon as the car starts to move, there's subtle changes in the load of the vehicle. That was a problem in iRacing, but using Marvin's app, you can tweak the well, first of all, it's taking it from the telemetry, so I guess it's maybe not going through the steering rack in the same way. I don't know, but, like, you can get that dynamic range from the force feedback. So there's more of a progressive ramp up of force, and there's never like no variation in the force, unless you completely fully lock up or something. But then that's a normal situation for it to flatline. How easy is it to remove this if I put it on in the sim? So, yeah, I just think the whole force feedback thing. It's just, dear. And then, as I say, the physics are probably the bigger problem with a lot of sims. They just need to make the tire, like they need it so that the tires have controllable slip. Right, I'm just going to put this in the extension folder. I mean, if this ends up being really good, I'll take back everything I said. Where's Steam? Thanks, Viking King. Hang on, my YouTube chat is broken. On my app here. Just let me restart this. Well, so Rob, the whole LUT file thing is like, again, that's mostly bollocks. Like, it can be used if a G29's a bit naffed, and it can be quite useful for scaling some components of the force feedback. So for those of you that don't know, a LUT is a lookup table, and what it effectively means is if you like have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Normally, you'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then your wheel would be like 1 is 1, 2 is 2, 3 is 3, 4 is 4, 5 is 5, 6, you know. For 1 meaning 1 strength, 2 is 2 strength, 3 is 3 strength, 4 is 4 strength, okay? In terms of what the game is putting out and what the wheel does. A LUT file can make it so that 1 is 0.5, 2 is 0.6, 3 is 0.7, or 1 is 1.5, 2 is 1.2, you know, so you could have a different output curve. So a LUT file can be useful, and effectively Marvin's app for with shaping, when you change the force feedback curve here, changing the output curve is basically like a dynamic LUT file of the force feedback. So for sure, with certain cars on certain wheels, changing the curve in a non-linear way can actually get you more detail out of the sim. However, with a G25, it's too shit of a wheel for it to really matter that much in most cases. And normally, when it matters, it's because the wheel's broken in the first place. There's some like fault with the wheel, or the user's got other settings in the basic simulator set incorrectly that's doing like the force feedback's too high, or some other stuff. So there's so much BS around LUT files, and then just placebo as well, unfortunately. Can someone type a message on YouTube? Because my chat's broken. Did someone say hello on YouTube? There you go, it's working again now. Perfect. I don't know why it stops every now and again on my app. Right, Steam. Yeah, it was just a shame of the whole force feedback thing. It's just a lot of people chasing the tails, I think. Set a course, alright. So what am I doing? Putting this in the extensions folder. How am I selecting this thing? Is it a Python app? FFB post process. Right, let's try this out. Should you take your LUTs off? Well, I mean, if it's working for you, just keep it. Have fun messing around with stuff. I'm just saying, it's massively overrated with a wheel like a G29. It's just yeah. The whole. I'm sorry if I sound miserable about the force feedback thing. It's just been like 10 years of the same stuff, and sort of mischaracterization of the reality, and yeah. We don't need any rundown of current races, thank you, in chat, because people might be not wanting spoilers. Hang on, I need to go. Vito, it's making a sim is not easy, and it's not even necessarily the solution to stuff. And also, it's not necessarily a case that the developers know what they're aiming for most of the time. It's just ridiculously difficult to actually do that. I have to enable. Okay. So it's not just a case of having the funding to build your own simulator. There's a whole load of other stuff to it. And then a sim's not just the physics of the sim. As you know, with like iRacing, the physics are pretty terrible, advanced but terrible, but it's very popular because it's got the online ranking. So then it's like 99% of the business is not actually making a better simulator. It's all the other shit. I have run a games company before, and I didn't do any games development. So it's terrible. It's honestly terrible. It's like sitting in an office emailing people all day long, and then dealing with like accounting bollocks, and then trying to raise funding. That is what you spend your time doing if you have a studio with anything more than 3 people. It's awful. It's terrible. So it's much better being a whingy YouTuber, and so that's what I'm going to do. Right. What am I doing? Setting shader patch. Where are we going here? Force feedback tweaks. Right, okay. So what am I loading? This one. Which one do I load? Thanks for subscribing. Which one am I loading? Dan's FFB. Let's load that. All right. Then what do you want me to set on here? Is that all? We just go. I'm not noticing any difference in the force feedback. How do we know it's active? Oh, the gearing's wrong on this car. I mean, maybe the rumble's different. Skeets, yeah, I'm going to ban you from the chat if you keep typing pointless shit in the chat. Right, Skeets, I'm timing you out. We do not need a bloody commentary of a race that's going on. Jesus Christ. Right. This just feels like this has only changed the like vibration. I mean, not in a bad way, but I'm not quite. I don't see the point. You said we just turn the slip thing up to control it. I'm not quite getting what this is meant to have done. Yeah, Dan, I don't quite understand what... Is it just vibrations? What's this thing actually supposed to be doing? I don't get it. Like, what's it supposed to have changed? I mean, people are critical of AC's sort of road feel for vibrations. So for those people that like a vibrating, variations in vibration, but I don't get what it's doing. I mean, sure, like the thing would be to get it to work in LMU. Are you saying like, so I mean, is this all like replacing AC's force feedback entirely? And then you've tried to make it basically the same as AC. So the fact that I can't notice any difference would then generally be a positive, right? But yeah, you need to... AC's force feedback is totally fine. So... But how are you meant to get it to work in LMU? Like, you're going to need to... You're going to need to... You're going to need to take the telemetry somehow. Yeah, a lot of sims don't output a whole bunch of tyre stuff because they don't want people to cheat. They don't want people to have a brake pedal they push and it modulates the brake input based off slip. Well, arguably Marvin's force feedback app does as good, if not in some ways better, force feedback than AC for iRacing. But the issue is iRacing's tyre model is just not very good, so it doesn't really matter. Like, the thing is, force feedback can make a simulator worse. But it can't fix bad physics. So force feedback can definitely make a sim feel worse, or lack of force feedback can mean that you don't know what's going on, right? Good force feedback can make a sim with dodgy physics understandable. So like AMS2 has pretty good force feedback, and you can very clearly understand how dodgy its physics are. And it's the same with iRacing. And the same with AC, like, you can understand where the physics limitations are because the force feedback describes what's going on very clearly. Whereas with LMU, or like a bad force feedback profile or loads of damper or whatever on default iRacing, you can't really feel what the car's doing. So, precisely... So, but yeah, ultimately, so sim racing hardware cannot fix it. You have telemetry working for most apps. Oh, nice. Well, I mean, yeah, I'd say, Dan, the big... I don't mean to be mean with AC. It's just that... It's just that AC is generally fine, so it's hard to really tell. Like, the irony is, people think of me having like these really like outlandish critical views on force feedback, when actually it's just like I don't want the force feedback to flatline, and I want to be able to feel a little bit of road texture, and I want to be able to feel a range of load that describes the grip of the tyres, basically, and then obviously like self-aligning from the rear stepping out. And this rear stepping out also helps describe the grip of the tyres as well, and braking, because when you brake, if you've got a neutral to oversteer your car, the back will step out, which will then put a load on the front tyres, which you'll then feel through the steering. But that's it. Like, I'm not on this. There's like, this is why the whole LUT file thing I find is a bit stupid in many ways, or like even just the whole like millions of profiles people have on their DD wheels. It's like, why? it's like it's nitpicking. Are you okay? But yeah, my requirement, it's like, right, this is what I don't get with a lot of stuff in life, right? If I don't get why some people they're so nitpicky on some things and not others. So another one would be like a burger, right? How absolute shit is McDonald's? But I'm not like a burger connoisseur. I don't really care that much. But McDonald's is absolute ass. The sauce, I worked at McDonald's, so I can say this the sauce, the burgers, it tastes like plastic. It's shit. There's not the burger's too thin. It's not juicy. Shit, right? So, but I'm not demanding a gourmet mega burger cooked by Gordon Ramsay or Heston Blumenthal. I'm totally happy with, like, get a bit of beef, put it into a patty shape, put a bit of salt and pepper on it, and then get a bog standard bun, maybe sourdough, that's nice, some fresh tomato and lettuce and some nice sauce, and you'll have something that's 99% of the way to being absolutely perfect, especially if you're slightly hungry. And that's my requirement of force feedback, is like, I'm not asking for some like revolutionary mega bizarro tweak setting. It's like, I just want to feel where the tyres are at. Do you know what I mean? So that's why I find it weird how it's weird that my views, it's the same on like sim physics, it's weird that my views have sort of been straw-manned into being an extremist position. like my view is, I don't really care if the cars line up with real world cars too much. I don't care if the speed is correct. I don't care if the audio is particularly correct. I don't care if the car setups line up perfectly, like whatever. All I want is, can the cars be held in a small, at least, amount of productive slip, and does the grip return generally in the same fashion that grip returns on real car tyres? And so the point is, from a gameplay perspective, combined with the force feedback that lets you feel that, you have a video game that makes sense. Oh, the car's doing this, I can feel it, I'm trying to drive, there we go. And that's it. That's all I want. I'm not asking for an actual pure simulator. And yet it's framed like, people then act as if I'm like claiming I'm Max Verstappen or something, demanding that Sims produce some like unbeknownst crazy physics. It's like, no, I'm literally asking for things to not be a McDonald's cheeseburger. It's just weird. It's all from people straw manning what you say, because there's always a large number of people that are incredibly conservative and base their reality off how things currently are, and there's no way of moving how things currently are. So anybody that dares suggest that something could be slightly different, better or worse, breaks their brains. Look, Perfect Chicken, Dixie Chicken has better fries. Why would you go to McDonald's when you can... I mean, KFC's gone to shit as well, but like, why would you go to McDonald's? I did try it, David. Yeah, the point of Marvin's is that you can just dial it in for each car. No, you can't fix it, Dan. So, no, it doesn't fix the issue. So you can do that with Marvin's app and FFB by having a seat of the pants force. You can, if the rear's rotating or you're putting load or whatever, and you can also you can actually feel where the tyres are at anyway in Marvin's force feedback app. The problem is that to drive quickly, you have to fundamentally roll into the corner, so you just have to underdrive anyway. So it doesn't matter. It's just irrelevant. Like the problem is as well, if you have force feedback that describes, in some ways, describes the handling better, you then end up trying to drive iRacing like a proper simulator, like AMS1, AC or whatever, and it just doesn't support it. So, because you end up thinking, oh yeah, no, I'll be able to go into a corner a bit too hot and brake more and rotate the car, or induce... Yeah, it just doesn't have the physics dynamics, so you can't... That's an example of why force feedback can't fix it, because it just doesn't physically support the driving. And it's... Even if you're like... even just going into slip in the way that iRacing wants you to, is slower anyway. So like if you make any corrections on the wheel, that's slower than just holding the wheel at a set angle. To be fair, generally want to be smooth, but the degree to which it is in iRacing is so insane. Burger King all the way. Dixie chicken. I want some chicken now. Yeah, no, what was I going to say? Burger, yeah. Why would you have a shit burger when you can literally get a chicken cooked? Or a steak? Yeah, no, I know what you mean, Dan. But as I say, you can already feel it in Marvin's app if you set it up well. But yeah, I know what you mean. The other way is that if you shape the force, so a weird quirk actually, when you have a car that for whatever reason, however it's generating force feedback, if you curve it so the force feedback's weak at the start and then stronger later on, you can then turn the strength up, and that ends up increasing the dynamic range of the forces, which makes it easier to feel where the tire grip is, which is really weird because it shouldn't really work. But you can do it in Marvin's. I can't logically understand why it works, because it should just be weaker, and it shouldn't be. It shouldn't give you more detail. So there might be something else going on, but I logically I can't understand it in my head. Even using, I was thinking about it in terms of audio and stuff, and how you'd increase the dynamic range of audio, and it just doesn't make sense. Well, the only thing that would make sense is if it's that for whatever reason at lower strengths the noise floor is lower than what is coming to your wheel, which was just weird. That'd be weird for a direct drive wheel to have that situation, but it could be the direct drive wheel could pick it up, but for whatever reason the game or the telemetry is not sending out. It's like the opposite of clipped force feedback from high strength force feedback. It's like clipped low strength force feedback. It's just too quiet for the wheel to pick it up. So it could be, even though it doesn't make sense, having the force feedback curve be like more like that, like starts off, it's shaping the game's force feedback weaker and then making it stronger rather than being linear. It could be that by doing that but then increasing the volume, you're actually then you're actually lifting up what would be details that are being negatively clipped off. You're lifting them up into a level that then can go out to the wheel. That's the only logical thing I can think of that's happening, because nothing else makes any sense. Yeah, well, the thing is, compressors normally work for compressing the high end, not the low end. And the way you compress low end is by removing things from the high end, and that's not what's happening. So it's like EQ. So let's say you had an audio track and you compress it. What you're doing is you're actually bringing everything together when you compress, but you don't. That's not actually what you want to do. If your goal is to hear different things or a more dynamic signal, what you actually do is you reduce the volume of the loud things so the quiet things can be heard. Which that's basically, it's kind of the opposite of compression, really. So you're actually doing the opposite of compression. I can't remember what it's called. What's the opposite of compression? Yeah, compression is actually... Yeah, so, but Dan, the problem is normally minimum force is normally a flatline signal that actually doesn't have any dynamic range to it. And what that normally does is it actually, minimum force, typically how it's done in Sims, just caps an underlying level before anything's sent out. Like, so but that again, that's actually removing dynamic range. So yeah, so basically it's expansion, but you're increasing the volume, so the expanded low end is brought into a range that's audible. That seems to be what's happening with Marvin's app. When you run a non-linear force feedback curve. All this ultimately does require a very raw signal from the game, from the steering rack, an unfiltered steering rack signal as well, because if you don't have the data, you don't have the data. This is the problem with one of the big issues with Evo at the moment, is that if a game inherently has built-in damper, you're basically capping the force feedback. You're removing data that can be sent to the wheel or some app to be dealt with. Why don't sim devs seem to give a shit? Like, I guess they're busy and they've got other things to do, but this stuff, to me, like, if you're passionate about racing sims and driving in a simulator, would be like, from a raw driving perspective, is like the fundamentals. The thing is, I'm a complete effing idiot. Like, I genuinely am an idiot. Like, for technical stuff, it shouldn't be me that's saying this stuff. Like, do you know what I mean? It's really weird. It's like with the I don't know. Like, I know I'm not dumb, but I'm just a bit stupid on a lot of things, right? I don't understand why people that aren't stupid don't seem to see certain things as priorities that are instrumental to the core of the bloody video game. David, yeah, I think that's part of it as well. So, oh, that's cool. Yeah. You can do quite good stuff with 3D printed things now. The filament quality is really improved. Yeah, so, yeah, this is what I was saying with the built-in iRacing force feedback, because you can't shape it at all. There's a whole bunch of cars that just... Well, so the other thing that happens is you have to run the game's force feedback at quite high strengths to get the range through your wheel, which is, I think this is a problem that Race Room has, actually. You actually have to run it at quite high strength to start to really feel where that dynamic range is taking place. And that's a bit of an issue, because it means that you need high-end wheels to then be able to pick up the range. Yeah, well, direct input is from 1996. So it was when Microsoft came up with the Sidewinder joystick and wheels as part of DirectX 1 or 2. And yeah, so a lot of companies are trying to move away from it, but then there's no standardized API, and so I talk to companies about these things, and I'm like, guys, look, I'm not going to say names, but I talk to lots of companies, and I'm like, wouldn't it make sense to have a standardized thing? And then I'll be like, look, I know these guys are trying to work on a standardized thing, and maybe there can be a conversation there. And then the problem is, the companies that are doing a really good job with their stuff, they're like, well, we've invested all this money into this. Why do we want to lose our R&D value by having a standardized system that maybe is worse than what we've already done. And also, some companies offer more value by basically being more proactive with stuff, right? So to them, they see it as a value, and so a standardization removes their value, right, from a competitive edge. So they're not motivated, even though it would be better on average, because developers are going mental, having to like deal with all these like APIs and random shit that all these hardware manufacturers are using, right? And it's like, so the software developers that are dependent on making the software that everyone's playing, which is also the thing that's selling the hardware, are the ones that are then now having to do months of stupid ball ache work to integrate all these arbitrary methods so that the consumer doesn't have to have a mental breakdown trying to just get their steering wheel to work and feel okay. So, yeah. It's a good analogy for why ultimately you actually need government regulation. Obviously, this is absurd for something like games, but you can see why, unfortunately, in other industries, you need a centralised authority to just say, look, you can do your own thing, but this is the basic standardised. Like we're going to use USB-C chargers. Maybe you might have come up with a better cable that works better and does all this and that. But look, guys, ultimately, it's going to be better for everybody if we just use USB-C. It's not perfect, but it's pretty damn good. So that's just. So it's really weird for people to be like anti that. Hello, Chedhead. Oh well. I guess it's kind of great that it's also ridiculous. I just want driving sims with cars with a little bit of controllable slip that's balanced, good netcode, and ranked multiplayer. And is that too much to ask? And then also, I want the game to be popular and cross-platform so I can make money out of it as a YouTuber. It can't just be good but not popular either. Because I have to be able to eat. Imagine if GT7 was as good as AC1. I would have been able to play it without having a. I can't even play GT7. That game just makes me feel sick. The whole force feedback thing is so weird though. It's like with the force feedback joysticks. It's one of those things where for some reason a lot of people can't hypothetically imagine. Maybe I overestimate how much people should be able to conceptualize things in their heads. And maybe a lot of people just can't imagine stuff at all. But that just seems ridiculous to me. But then again, I can't do math at all. And so to someone that's good at math, they'd be like, well, that's ridiculous. But like, the problem is you have to show someone things for them to get it. And force feedback is really bad for that. Yeah, no, I know, David. Like, there is part of me that's like that as well. Like, that is amazing. But then, the problem is... Right, so you can psychologically trick yourself by going, oh, well, look, this is incredible compared to what I had when I was 10. And then you can apply that thinking to lots of stuff. But then it's kind of beside the point of, like, where things can be. Or what is available. So... I mean, you still appreciate stuff. It still is amazing, but I think it's still, you know, you still have to be like, well, you know, when you have so much potential that's not being utilised, that's the thing. It's a big synthetic. Yeah. I mean, it's a different type of flight simming, though, isn't it? Those people are just weird. They're just weirdos. We don't. Let's not consider those people. Bonk! Look at these physics. Look at that. I have to say, some of the best foam block physics in all of gaming, although they're a bit slidey. I think Kunos was secretly working on an ice hockey simulator when they made those. They have about the same. They have about the same slide to them. Where's he going? It's like an ice hockey puck. It's set like a really heavy ice hockey puck on an ice rink. I used to play hockey, and Kunos could make an ice hockey car game. Let's look at the results here. Well done, guys. We're going to do another track. We'll do a different car as well. It's good fun though. Am I saying the... Oh, you've got the AB9. Do you want to set it up, Pixel Therapy? I might do some flight sim later, and if you want, I can go through settings with you. You can enjoy flight sim with us. You probably want to do DCS or some shit, you loser. I need to set up DCS, but I really can't be bothered. Well done, guys. I've lost the timing. We've lost the timing. It's gone. Dave, oh no, it's lost. The results have gone. Well done, whoever won. I know, hang on, it should say here. Dave, Wilfalizer, Ryan the Apparaptor, Daniel, Electro Helmet, myself, Meetic. Targa Camera's in here as well. Well done, guys. I'm going to make another server. I'm going to get a cup of tea as well. Looked like the Renault suited the other track you drove. The V6 Megane Trophy is awesome as a car. We could do another track with this guy. It's a really good car. New IL2 game coming out, by the way, probably in the next 2 months.
And maybe a new VR headset. Possibly there could be a new VR headset. I wonder if there will be a new VR headset coming out soon. I wonder if it will be any good.
Did you not know about the new IL2? IL2 Korea. It's and it's gonna have a focused single player to it, with like progressing through mostly linear, but with some selective missions. At work at the moment, Pixel Therapy. I see. It doesn't. You should quit your job now. Get your force feedback joystick going. You'll love it. AB9 joystick's so good, and I don't. So this is what I don't get is, I don't understand how there isn't more hype for for general gamers. A force feedback joystick with flying games and stuff, whatever, is amazing. Why, if you're a gamer, okay, I will do, Dan. If you're a gamer, surely you'd be like, oh, VR's fantastic. I feel like I'm in the game more. Oh, force feedback's great. I can feel what's going on in the game. But it's just like, I think again, it's a lack of imagination. People are like, well, I'm happy playing my game with my gamepad. I want to unlock going to unlock a new case. You have to inspire people. Corporations have to like advertise why it's amazing. Nice. Use my affiliate link if you do. No, that's it. Synthetic synapses. They don't even know with haptics. That's what's really sad. So the PS5 controller, nobody talks about it, has amazing piezoelectric motors on it. The Switch, same technology as the Switch, fantastic. Which this is just haptics, obviously. But then it also has the trigger motors, but they don't work properly. So maybe that's why Sony don't advertise it. Because there's something wrong with it and it's clearly cocked up. So I guess that's why Sony don't mention it. But basically, the triggers have to be under a certain amount of load from the motor. Otherwise, they don't work properly. So even if you change settings, you can't get you can't actually get varied resistance from it. You can only really get like a sort of overall strength or a vibration or like a lock point. When I think the original plan was for it to actually offer like more varied resistance. Like it can do stuff like a springy feel versus a sloppy feel, but it's just not very good at being active. And it always needs a reasonable amount of load on it, which I would argue is too much load for most people's hands, especially a child's hand. So I think they geared it incorrectly because it's really stiff. It was really actually quite hard to. It really is quite hard to actuate them if you use them on the settings that most games have them set at. Yeah, even the thing is, for driving games, the Xbox One controller, just the vibration on the triggers for when the tires are locking up and when you're accelerating and slipping, that's just absolutely fantastic for having something to aim for. Yeah, the problem I have with the PS5 controller for me is that it's the wrong shape for my hands. It's like designed for Japanese hands. So it's just, I get cramp in my hands. I can't hold it. Whereas the Xbox 360 controller is really good. Really, really good. Yeah, battery killer as well. Because you've got two AC, small AC motors on all the time. It's a real shame. I can't say specifically due to how these things work, but there was a VR company that had hand controllers, and they had really good strong haptic motors in them, and to save battery life, they turned the motor strength down or put smaller motors in it, but originally it had like really good strong motors and it felt so good. Like it was awesome, absolutely fantastic, but for battery life they got rid of it. I was just like, it honestly was such a downgrade. This is one of the worst things if you ever use stuff that's prototype and then it has to be changed for, like, I don't blame them. I think they made the right decision, but like you're just like, oh no. Personally, I'd rather have lower battery life. I know I thought about this, David. I don't know why it's not happened. It's there's lots of real-world vehicles. Hello, Adrian Madrian. There's lots of real-life vehicles that use load cell technologies, planes, fighter jets, forklift trucks, cruise ship, navigation on cruise ships. You know, like the port thrusters and stuff. There's a whole bunch of things that just use a load cell instead of movement. A lot less prone to braking, and a lot less prone to accidentally being actuated, and a lot better for very fine, precise control. without the joystick itself affecting that. Which is weird because a load cell joystick is technically easier to build and supply. Like you need a solid shaft, and then you need 2 load cells that are pushed against the shaft, and then if you pull this way, the torque will push on that one. You push left and right, the torque pushes on the other one. In fact, you could even build it with like a damper. So maybe use 4 load cells, and you have a like a damper, so you still can move the joystick, but the joystick's just pushing against a damper that then, like how a handbrake works, you know, with the load cell. And then when you're moving it, it's just pushing against that. So you'd end up with a really, really consistent feeling joystick, but it'd all be load based. Oh, I'm going to try the other force feedback actually. The other thing. Was I even using it last time? Is this on? Right, look. Basic is on, active. Additional processing script. I don't know why it's red. Let's use this one. Thanks for subscribing, Pete. Appreciate that. Welcome. 3 months. What's this lock area about? Gap at the end of the spring range in which the basic force smoothly increases. Steering will be more willing to get outside of the steering rack lock area. Oh, it's a soft lock. Okay. Right. Fair enough. It's alright, it's good racing. I need a cup of tea though. My sleep is ruined, guys. All thanks to that stupid alarm. I wanted to have a nap in the middle of the day yesterday, and then that bloody bloody alert goes off. Jeez, it's like terrible. At least I think I slept for like 10, 11 hours, which is nice. Oh, it's super messed up. Oh, the gearing's on this car. Oh, not basic. Okay. What am I doing? Alternate. This one by Dimitri. This. Wow. You can just join. You can just join the server. Search for GamerMuscle. Password is T. Hello, Jack.
The pace car is out of control.
Floops. Floopoos. I'm alright, thanks.
Okay, let's go.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with this. What? Right, do I need to pick the other one again? See, this is weird. This force feedback file, this custom force feedback has like a weird dead zone to the forces. So, try to do this one. UFLS. Yeah, well that one immediately. Just search for GamerMuscle and this will come up. That other custom force feedback immediately was you could tell just added dead zone to the force feedback. Really weird. This is the V6 McGann Trophy. Yeah, subjective, yet somehow immediately we spin and have no feel for the car. Actually, that's a good example of why you need the force immediately, because you could see how we just spun out on the left-hander. It's a track I'm familiar on. With that other force feedback file, it didn't give the immediate sensation of where the tyres are at, so you're driving blind. T's the password in capital letters. TEA. Ah, I forgot I put bean burger in the air fryer. I need to go and get it out. We'll do a lap and then I'm going to get my bean burger. And a cup of tea. It's the radar app that's on the app shelf in the shader patch. Yeah, the thing is, AC's default force feedback is totally fine. So this is why I don't get all the custom force feedback and lot file stuff for AC. It's like, of all sims, is literally the benchmark in force feedback. Even without their gyroscopic setting and everything else, it's like already by far the most detailed force feedback for what the car's doing for that game, right? Well, we could argue maybe AMS2 is more detailed in some ways, but yeah, it's all pointless. That's what I say. It's like when people start adjusting loads of graphic settings and stuff, and it's like, well, hang on, what's the point? Put G-Sync on, and it runs perfectly. G-Sync with boost, locked frame rate, maximum frame rate, however that works. Great, right? That now I don't need to think about that at all, because it's okay. Maybe there's like a fraction more frame timing you can get, or some other things you could do, but it's like, on the grand scheme of things, when a game's working with G-Sync, you don't have to consider it anymore. That's you know. Exactly. Exactly, Ryan. 100%. The only thing,
The pace car is out of control.
the only setting that I tend to use in AC is the slip thing, because I think it's quite nice feeling the wheel vibrate a bit when you're pushing through a corner. I use it in iRacing as well, because it's quite nice having as I say, like you just feel like I'm pushing the car. So if you've ever been around a real racetrack on road tyres, slick tyres don't do this, so I say this all the time, but like on road car tyres, they tend to vibrate when you push them through a corner. So I imagine it's the treads vibrating or something, trying to like gripping and ungripping. And so that sensation is quite a nice feedback for you pushing the tyres. As I say, slicks, any slick tyre and even cut slicks don't tend to do that. From my experience, they might do it at certain points, but slick tyres are always like, to me, have always been like very smooth in terms of how they gain and lose grip. Like you're not getting vibrations and things. Yeah, exactly. I really like to get RSI whilst playing the driving game. I feel it adds to the immersion of the danger of motorsport. Thanks for subscribing, Flexmas. Right, I'm going to get my cup of tea here. I'm going to get a cup of tea and we'll be back in a second. Yeah, my legs aren't shattered. What a useless simulator. Shedhead's in the server, get in there. I'll be back in a second, guys.
car is out of control.
Attention. No, it's halloumi fries. And bean burgers. Always with tea. What else would you have it with? It's a shame they don't have these cars anymore. Just change the setup. Can Tiago, can you share your setup? Hello, Jimmy Jones. Good setup. Good setup. Okay. All right, Dan. Don't think that's a racing line. Go race them. There we go. Okay. Whew. Who needs preparation? Not a napkin in sight. I don't need napkins where I go, where I'm from. I need a cup of tea though. See ya. Well thirsty. Oh, I can't even finish my tea. Here we go. Yeah, these cars are fantastic. They're kind of like a Radical, but not as floaty. So like, they have the similar speed to a Radical SR3. Oops, they're more peaky grip. They want to rotate on the centre a lot more. It's a little bit, just a bit more snappy than a Radical. He'd already lost it. I never punt to pass. Come on. Someone like me would never do that. Just ignore it. The tyre temperature graph is not really relevant. In a sim, you should just go by what is actually driving well. Often the tyre temperature graph stuff can be... I mean, it might be correct, but it might not be relevant. AC1's always been a bit weird with that stuff. Okay, it can make a big difference if you're doing like absolute hot lapping for the last tenths. Or you're going for world records or something. What? What doing? What doing? What doing? Bloody hell, drifting through there. We're all right, John. How you doing? Shedhead's trying his best, but he can't catch us. He's got too much Chedhead. 2 days of Evo. How do you put up with Evo? I was thinking of doing a breakdown video. We could we'll have a mental breakdown where we like take a MX-5 or something in Evo, or like a couple of cars in Evo and AC, and then drive like really fast laps in both sims, and then explain what's fundamentally different. Well, why don't you join our server, John, and race us? The thing is, Evo will feel good if you're driving under the limit. As soon as if you're someone that drives straight onto the limit, it feels like shit. Like, in many ways, if you're under driving, it feels more dynamic than AC1. There's more random shit happening. But as soon as you get onto the tyres, it just breaks immediately. So I would wager anyone that has a positive view of Evo is someone that is not driving consistently at the limit. Yeah, he probably is. Well, John can get on our server. Racist, we'll see. It's not just a case of being slow, it's just a case of like methodical driving as well. If you're driving a really sort of roll into slip driving style, which is, as we always say, that's how you have to drive iRacing, you then don't notice aspects of physics. Well, not a real sim racer, John. A real sim racer would be able to sim race for 16 hours straight like I do, suffering from muscular damage. A real sim racer's body is entropied from sim racing too much. Like, my fingers are falling off. I actually don't have meat around my fingers, just bone onto the shifter. What's this? Don't compare it to anything else. Oh, whatever. And MS2, yeah. I think that's what I think generally that's what sim racers do. They like some aspect of the game they're playing, and like you're right, they gaslight themselves into then accepting every aspect of it. Which is, it's just getting comfortable with what you're spending time doing, and then you're like, oh, well, that's the right thing to do. Whereas I prefer to be in a constant state of war with every video game I'm playing. You know, I'm always just like, with everything. It doesn't matter. You always... In my mind, AC1 is just like the lowest bar. Like, it's the lowest acceptable bar, AC1. I don't actually think that AC1 is... I think it's miraculous what the developers managed to achieve, so don't get that wrong. But I'd say that about a lot of the Sims, to be honest. It's incredible. But I don't think they are, John, because you can't drive the cars properly at the limit. That's... like... you can't hold slip naturally. So driving in Evo turns into... find the binary fail condition and stay just below it. That is not how driving is. That's the problem with iRacing and ACC. It's a methodical process of Simon Says with a car. It's not one of, let's try and hold a little bit more slip through here, or let's try and induce this amount of slip into this corner, or let's listen to the force feedback to balance the slip in a way that's going to be faster through the line, but I'm going to risk it by applying a little bit more throttle than I normally would, and I'm going to counter steer it. It's one of, right, that is the fail condition there, so let's not do that. That's the break point, so let's try and hit that break point perfectly next time. Okay, well, it understeered in a sloppy way there, so I need to brake a bit earlier or bit, It's Simon Says with cars, that type of driving. It misses the point. I'll race over. That was good. Let's move this down a bit. I can't see the names here. Adam with the win there. Maybe I should move this over here for you guys. I don't like looking to my right. I don't know why, but I don't like looking to my right here to read stuff. I like looking over here, but you guys can't see it. Adam with the win, Werpalizer, Tiago, myself. Well done. That is weird, actually. I find it... Maybe I've just got so used to that being there. Yeah, you have to be... you have to donate to be able to join. No, anyone can join. You can just join. Server's GamerMuscle, password is T. Hang on, it isn't like that for you. No, but it is, John. It is like that for you, because that's the physics. Like you... It's like an iRacer saying to me, oh, I can drive at the limit. And it's like, well, I know what you're doing. You're rolling into slip. And you're doing the trajectory through the corner is set by the entry trajectory pretty much entirely. But they're not aware. Look here, John. Are you good at drifting? This is the real question. Can you tell the specific differences between AC1 and Evo? Can you really tell what the actual differences are as well? For good or bad? Right, let me get another... We could drive a different car, guys. Let me get the server up again. Good racing, everyone. Well, that's the thing. It's quite likely that you're not a very good driver. So you're not noticing... As I say... You're not noticing that balancing of slip at the limit. You're just rolling into slip. So for you, it's just a methodical process. I'm not saying that as a mean thing. It's like there's it's why you're not noticing what the difference is. No, you're not as good as a driver. If you can't drift, by definition, you're not as good as a driver as someone that can drift, right? You might be good at racecraft. You might be good at memorising stuff. You might even be doing like alien hot lap times or what have you. But if you can't drift, or you can't hold slip, or you're not aware of that, then that's going to be something that, you know... Like, what's not true? I don't know what you're saying. Let's get a car here. No, drifting is a crucial part of race driving. Being able to hold a car in slip. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's like not being able to ski, not being able to stop without doing a snowplow on skis. Like, so this is drifting. Even when it comes to a race car, I'm not about holding massive amounts of slip. Understanding how to hold slip and modulate it and control the trajectory through a corner in productive slip on the throttle, That absolutely is a absolutely fundamental part of driving. Well, no, I don't know. You're arguing that you don't need to be able to drift. I'm saying that it's a crucial part of driving. Like holding a car in neutral slip is absolutely one of the keys to race driving, to being quick in a car. Like you'd expect someone to be able to do that. So you'd expect any driver that's moderately okay at driving would be able to drift. Like, because drifting's not hard, so you'd expect might be something that someone never does, but someone that can drive should be able to drift reasonably well, right? That's why all like put a drift car on the server, but like all the rally drivers are all like obviously good at drifting, and the top Formula 1 drivers can also do rally. Yeah, I didn't say that being a practiced drifter is a prerequisite for being a talented driver. Yeah, you've just strawmanned what I said. The point is, if you're driving a race car properly, you use drifting. Essentially, it's just on a much narrower amount of grip. So you're just mistaking the term drifting for like someone holding a car out at 90-degree angles. The problem is a lot of people don't realise that it's effectively the same thing that's happening in a race car as it's happening in a drift car. So, but yeah, a lot of people don't realise that because they've only ever rolled into slip. This is what I think we identified. What the crux of this thing is that why people don't get what AC1 fans when racing AC understand is that balance slip that might be artificially too easy. You can hold a four-wheel slip around a corner or a bus or a truck or a go-kart. Well, it's going to depend on the power of the engine relative to the grip of the tyres. And so it's going to... Not every vehicle, no. But there's a lot of vehicles where if you're on the tyres, like so... a lot of shifter carts... most race cars, if you're already into the turn, or you've got the car onto the limit, you are then at a state where the engine can overpower the grip of the tyre to effectively for you to be drifting. Yeah, like, well, I don't know. The thing is, you think Evo's fine, so I mean that's it's like saying that iRacing is fine. Can't help you. We'll get on our server and race us. We get beaten by a guy with a bloody gamepad all the time. It's depressing. The fact of the matter is, if you can't see the issue with Evo right now, it's lost. It's a lost cause. There's no hope. I know what we can do. Please hold, ladies and gentlemen. Well, everyone knows that if all sims were like based around what I say is correct, sim racing would be a lot better. Right? It's just a fact. You don't need to be in VR. John, am I completely correct about everything I've ever said about VR? Right? Why would I be so weirdly correct about what's relevant with VR headsets and all these things which I'm critical on? Why would I be seemingly particularly good at doing review videos and pointing out a lot of elements that people miss, but then miraculously somehow are completely clueless about car physics in a driving game? You know, it's possible. I'm getting the server up here, guys. Please hold. Please hold. Pure luck. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Here we go. Servers up. You're missing the finer elements of Evo. No, so I tell you what's going on with Evo. It has more dynamic tyre behaviour than AC1 does. And it does have some interesting aspects to the handling that AC1 doesn't have. And so its response to throttle and braking and it inducing like understeer push or oversteer is more nuanced than AC1. Also, it does suspension better. However, unfortunately, it has a similar problem. Well, it has two big problems. Because they're probably using correct tyre data, for whatever reason, the cars are not balanced. They're way more interesting to drive under the limit. The problem is, as soon as you get into combined slip, the physics totally break down. And the problem with that is, if you're racing, all the stuff before being in combined slip is effectively irrelevant. So this is why I say noobs and people that are not particularly good drivers will think AC is amazing, as they do with iRacing and rFactor 2 and AMS2, because all those sims... oh no, I need to change the thing. All those sims, when you're under the limit, feel more interesting. But as soon as you get to the limit, they're shit. And it falls apart. And as I say, the problem is if you're a good driver, you're generally driving at the limit or trying to. It's quite possible, yes, John. It's quite possible that you are not realising how it's broken at the limit. Keep in mind, I'm not just saying... I know very talented real-world race drivers, and I'm also saying what they're saying. It's my view as well. I'm just saying my view, but it's weird that I check what I say with people that are actually decent drivers. I'm shit at driving. I'm really shit. I know I'm shit at it. So I always double check what I'm saying with people that I know that are very, very fast drivers and good real world drivers in multiple cars in real life. Not just club racing drivers. I mean people that are actually good drivers. So that's the thing. It's like it's not just me going, oh, I've never driven. I'm just telling you what I think. I check with other people that are much more talented than me. What's Drive Lounge? But I mean, ultimately, it doesn't matter. If you're having fun playing Evo, that's great. So if you're having fun with any game, who cares? Like, I enjoy shit games like... what's a shit game that I enjoy? There's quite a few of them. I've forgotten, but there are games that are terrible that I've enjoyed. I've forgotten what they are, but they're definitely... I have a category. There was like this third-person... Korean no, John, I need to see you on the server. I don't care. Unless you have a yeah. Even if you were a good driver, right? You would still have to admit, you'd be able to point out and go, yeah, at the limit. But there's a lot of damper built into Evo, and at the limit, the tyres just turn off. You would notice straight away. Why would AC's force feedback make you worse? You could just turn it down if it did. Force feedback, well, it probably would make you worse if you're someone that doesn't drive by what you're feeling and you're driving by rote memorization. Yeah, force feedback in most games probably make you worse. It's not just rotational inertia, it's that I think they've tried to do thermal, they've tried to simulate thermal properties of the tyre. Like, an MX-5 in real life, assuming someone has a basic feel for counter steer, is not a car that people just get stuck in oversteer. To be fair, I don't think Max Verstappen's played Evo, so we'll have to wait and see. That'll be interesting. But then again, Max Verstappen has basically always said pretty much exactly the same stuff that I've said. So, you know, I mean, obviously, the reality is, I am just as talented. if I'd been given a go-kart, I have no interest in competitive race driving. If I was given a go-kart, I'd have done like a few races and gone, this is fun, but I really don't want to play it. I do it at a high level. But Max Verstappen is just another driver that's a very talented driver, but you'll get different views from different people anyway. Yeah, so I'm not a good driver, this is the thing. I enjoy sim racing. Password is T, Tango Echo Alpha. I enjoy simulators, and I would enjoy driving... he's 10 out of 20 on the F1 grid. Are you mental? Max Verstappen is probably one of the best drivers that has ever existed. Like, I don't really care. Like, I'm ambivalent, and yeah, like I really don't care because I'm not into Formula One. But like, you can. I don't know how you could question it. Like someone that manages to be shit hot compared to all their teammates repeatedly with an absolute shit car, and then consistently, like I don't think he's got good. I don't think he's necessarily got the best racecraft. He's a party piece. What does that mean? He's average. It doesn't make sense. The thing that you could say is that he's not ever had to demonstrate prolonged racecraft in Formula One because his pace is so good. But the thing is, he drives just aggressive. He just drives in the bog standard way that you'd expect someone to drive. That's, you know, takes the authoritative position through a corner. If the other driver wants to make it a 50-50, someone has to back out situation. He does the thing that means that there'll be a crash unless you back out, which is the most logical and sensible way to approach racing if on average you want to win. So I don't get why people hate him for that either. So, but the problem with Formula One is you don't have an opportunity for Hamilton, Verstappen, Russell, all these people, Norris, whatever. You don't have an opportunity for them to actually race. But John, the fact is, Verstappen's shit hot in simulators, even with esports drivers, as well as motorsport. I don't know any other Formula One drivers that have the track record of getting the pace out of their cars to the degree that Verstappen has, and then also is shit hot in sim racing. And sim racing is different to real driving. But to be at that level in two separate things, where you can compete to the same level as esports sim racers, is like the precision of input that sim racers have to have for like the raw braking precision and smoothness and everything is on a level higher at the top esports level than anything that it takes place in real driving. Because esports, you're selected from a wider number of people, so it's just more competitive. It's harder to be the best if you've got more people to try and be the best of. So yeah, the fact is you've you've celebrated, you've celebrated Evo, and now you've besmirched the good name of the The Verstappen. Absolutely disgraceful behaviour. We've got a setup here. Fast. That sounds good. That sounds quick. It's called fast. I take that. Yeah, the problem with F2 is it's still massively dependent on the teams and whoever's got the better budgets for the better setups. But F2 is a lot better, generally speaking. I think the F2 cars are not the best though. They got a bit worse. Did I forget to change force feedback? Did I literally load in twice without changing the force feedback? I think I did. Oh no, I didn't. Oh, server's full. That's good. You got all the hate 10 years ago when I pointed out he wasn't that great. Well, that's because you're wrong. It's not hate. You're just wrong. Like, as I say, I don't care. like I'm not a fan of Formula 1 particularly. So I just don't care. But it's just objectively wrong. I do not care who's the better or worse driver or whatever. I'm just telling you the reality. Like it's just absurd. I don't think any existing or previous Formula 1 driver or rally driver or whatever, anyone that's really good at race driving, would not go, yeah, Max Verstappen's pretty much at least in the top 3 or 4 drivers to have ever existed, and might even be the top in terms of raw driving talent, because he's, yeah, like I'm sure you could argue about racecraft, as I say, because he's just not. They've just not had the competition in Formula 1 in that way. He's also young. Okay, John. Well, you're not making a very solid argument for your defence of Assetto Corsa Evo here. You sadly, it's falling apart for you. Also, you are watching this channel as well, so that's not boding well. That's already a massive negative. Wow, this windscreen's so nice and clean. Bloody hell. Second gear through there, I think. This setup's terrible. Why is this bogged down so much? Maybe we just need to be in second gear. Oh, hello. These old tyres. Is this setup I'm driving just really bad? I mean, it should be unrelated, really, shouldn't it? But yeah. One day. Well, yeah, the day will be. The day will be when Kunos make it so the tyres don't have ridiculous turning off at the limit behaviour. They remove the damper and they make the response of the vehicles quicker to the steering input. And so the day will be the point at where they've actually made it actually better, yeah. Oh, like the fact is, you do know that Kunos are still working on it, right? The physics are not actually fully dialed in yet, right? Like they don't actually have all the properties set up, you know? So for you to like it so much now is a bit weird, given that it's absolutely not in its finished state. Like there's absolutely fundamental issues with the physics that they are working on. So that doesn't add much for your argument either. You got when you joining the server. I want you to educate me on racing here. This setup feels terrible on this car. I feel like I'm pushing a washing machine up a hill. No, but I know. John, just admit you're wrong now. Like, it'll be easier for everybody. Right, this setup is really messed up. I've practiced every game for 10 years. I'm shit at driving in everything. I've got more hours in iRacing than Assetto. The thing is, it's not about practice, again, because it's not about the rote memorisation. It's about actually balancing the car. So that's the big advantage of AC, is that you don't necessarily get that much of an advantage to the same degree as you do in iRacing, ACC and Evo, because it's not as much about binary control of the vehicle. It's about balance, which is more of a spontaneous thing, which requires less preemptive road memorization, which is that's why I like it so much, because I hate having to memorize stuff because I'm bad at it. Yeah, that's how it works with real cars, John. The difficult thing is then getting the most out of the basic profile of a vehicle, which is normally fairly obvious. The fact that someone would let me drive their race car as me, a person that doesn't drive at all, someone will let me drive their multi-thousand-pound race car and potentially ruin it, destroying their business, should be an indication of how predictable real cars are. Like, why would you let some idiot off the internet? Oh yeah, here you go. You could have a go in this £20,000, in some cases like £70,000 vehicle. You can have a go on it, yeah? I trust you. Why would you trust? Like, you wouldn't go to me and go, yeah, I'll let you use my £15,000 skis on a Super G slope, because you'd be like, well, that's actually ridiculous. It's a very hard thing to do, so I'm not gonna, you wouldn't be like, oh, here's a £15,000 vase, now juggle it. So, but the Evo situation. John needs to get in here and teach us a lesson. I'm ready to learn. John's getting his practice in so that when they finally sort Evo out, and then I'm poning in the rank racing. Have you know, my last video was really positive, talking about the road reflections. Why does this car feel like a drift machine? Is this a drift setup on this car? Why is it so slidey? Oh, because we've been driving cars with downforce. Hang on, are we on the vintage tyres or something? Bloody hell. This is almost in AMS2 slidey territory. I've seen the BMW E30. I was at a track day with a friend in there. They were driving around. They were driving me around in their car, and there was a BMW, not the BMW from this, like the DTM BMW, and it was mental. It was like it was the same speed as the Radical down the straight. It's crazy. This could probably do with some sound mod on it. This sounds like a Dremel drill that's got out of control. I know I don't know how to turn it off. Someone's shit in my windscreen. What's your favourite sim buckle? Is it DCS? Oh my god, the brakes, I forgot. Old brakes on this. That's the worst thing with old cars. They have good top speed, but they have terrible brakes. Oh no, those were the slick softs. 90s wheels were terrible. Might as well just not bother having wheels. How do I turn the windscreen crap off? Here we go. Windscreen FX. Remove dirt completely. Here we go. Settings. Ah, cheated. Dynamic windscreen reflections. Hello. Might not work with some car. Oh, I'm going to try it though. Go for it. Let's see if this works. I think it's the normal version. Imagine being able to do that on a real car. Just instead of cleaning it, you just remove the dirt. You're done. Is this reflecting the... Oh, it's reflecting the dash? My hand's reflecting. No. Oh, bloody hell, that's a bit... The dash reflection's too much. No! I might need to make it... We've removed the dirt and we've added too much reflection. It looks nice, though. Oh, look at that. The shadow's covering reflection up. That looks well realistic. I mean, it's really annoying, but it looks good. Oh, I can see the speedo as well. Hang on, why can I see the speedo? Surely that would be obscured. Look at that. See at the top. Right, hang on. Let's make it a bit more transparent because I can't see. We can make it a bit blurry. Intensity. Let's make it much less visible and let's make it a little bit blurry. See, this is the thing. You're like, oh, I quite like that effect, but I don't want it this way. Change it. Done. Let's see if that helped. Yeah, look at that. It's made it blurry. And a little bit more transparent. It's probably better not blurry, but... Well, I think we need to remove the blur. Yeah, let's remove the blur and just keep the transparency. You just want it. You want a subtle hint of it. There we go. They're never going to be able to actually fix the physics in that. It's just too mental. Okay, that's still too... It's still too clear. Maybe it's because it's so well lit. Oh dear, maybe... On second thoughts, maybe this reflection thing's a bad idea. Maybe in VR it looks really good. Is it annoying in VR? It's because in real life, that's why they've got the blur option. In real life, you're going to look through it, and so it would be out of focus. It's not what you're looking at. Whereas in 2D, when you look at it, it'll be pin sharp. But it's always sharp in 2D, so that's why it doesn't really work properly. So maybe actually putting a tiny bit of blur on and making it almost invisible, because what you want is just a sensation of the effect of the variation. So the problem is you can't make it less. Let's just get rid of it. We got rid of the depth. We're back to where we were. You can't make it even more transparent. That's the problem. Look, Renson sword. That's a stupid idea. Stop being ridiculous. Turn it off to actually get what it's like in real life. But where's the fun in that? I want shit in my face. What they need to do is simulate floaters in your eyes and visual migraines. That's what's missing from modern sim. Oh my god, the setup. Can someone share a setup if you're fast? This car's so slidey with the worst brakes ever. Look at these cars, proper square cars. The grass. Beautiful. I'm always picking nice cars. We're always picking nice cars. How dare you? John Hartley's in the server. Get in there. He better put down the best lap. After the Max Verstappen slander. Scientology. Well, I don't want to get sued, so let's not talk about Scientology. One thing I would say is that whenever you can't talk about something through risk of being assaulted or sued, it's often a very good indicator that that thing is completely true. Do you know what I mean? Like, if someone has to resort to suing the life out of people, it's normally a really good indicator that they're actually being truthful and honest. Oh no, I haven't set my lap time. Right, Whirpalizer, share your setup so everyone has it. Get in there. Mr. Whirpalizer. Oh no! Adam! Who's got the fastest lap? It's all broken. What's going on here? Why is my lap not even saved? Oh, I'm going to be starting at the back. This is a disaster. Whoever set the fastest lap, share the setup. Thank you, Adam. Right. Attention. Attention. Yeah, I'm watching Severance. No spoilers. I just watch it when I'm at my parents because I don't have Apple TV. Here we go. Attention. Next setup. That's not right. Starting from the back. Oh, my music stopped. There's more music in here. Attention. My setup has no ABS. Oh, okay. Oh, I can smell like an eggy smell. I hope I'm not being gassed. Oh dear. I can smell like a sulphury egg smell from outside. DTM? 90 DTM? Bloody hell, something's terrible outside. It smells like shit. Might have to shut my window. I hope I'm not being egged to death. Here we go. Real car noise, that. Textbook race start. Bit of a squeeze. We've got a cluster of yellow cars here. They're nice cars, aren't they? Proper cubes. What are you guys doing? Some people have been drinking. IKEA formation team. Flat pack racing. Whee! This looks well nice. Yeah, we need. There's some sound mods for this. These cars do look really nice. I'm pretty sure I had like a Scalextrics version of these when I was a kid. The great thing about 90s Scalextrics is you accidentally had the best 90s... Oh, that's my fault. I'm sorry. Let you get back in front. I locked up. I absolutely ploughed him off the track there. Yeah, you automatically got 90 Scalextrics. It was perfect. 90 best era of cars by default. You didn't have to buy the vintage collector's edition. They're nice. They're sliding in a really nice way, these cars, though. I think in real life they would have been quite a chore to drive, though. You watch the onboards, and the drivers are really having to struggle to getting through the corners. Like, they have no power steering. You can change the field of view of the mirror if you want to. The VR battery died. Where are you living in when you need VR battery? What's wrong with you? Glad you enjoyed yourself though. I let you off. There could be a new VR headset coming out soon, so we'll definitely be doing VR when that's out. I'm well excited. Why? What are you guys doing? You've almost put me on the podium. You idiots. You're making me look like a good driver again. But I say, the thing is, as much as I'm critical about AMS2, it has much better AI and single player stuff in it. Like if you're just going to do racing in VR. Like, if you don't... If you want to do online jumping racing, or you want to race, you've got a VR headset, you don't want to fiddle, AMS2 is really convenient. And it looks great, and runs great, and it's got lots of different cars and tracks. No, I gave back the place. Excuse me, I pulled back and gave up 2 places as recompense, reparations for my lock-up punt to pass. GamerMuscle's self-enforced penalty system, which, you know, that was even more harsh than iRacing's penalty system. I'll have you know. And what's weird is, and this applies to real life, right? If you do shitloads of sim racing in fast cars in a racing simulator, it 100% makes you conditioned to speed in a race car, right? It's crazy. Honestly, because before sim racing, I used to be like really edgy about going fast on things, like even on my bike, doing downhill stuff and what have you. I'd be like, oh, it's too fast. And then after doing sim racing for years, I've gone and done stuff in real life, or just been in cars in general, and be like, oh, well, it's only 120, it's only 130. You know, like, I'm just like completely unfazed by it. It's mental. It is, yeah. To be fair, it's 90s DTM. I should have just driven into him. It was incredibly unrealistic for me to pull over. We should have then had a fight in the pit lane. This looks great though. Like, look at the lighting and stuff. The clouds and the shadows. And then this just runs immaculately perfect frame rate. Totally smooth. Unbelievable. Tell you what this does need, and this is Evo needs this as well. It's like the Neil's House in Vale throttle thing. That's a good example of what's weird with Sims. It's like, if you are racing, especially with older cars, and you're balancing the throttle at the limit, as Neil's points out in his videos, you need the engine and torque needs to almost self-balance itself. So it's like, so when you get into the slip, you don't have to keep balancing the throttle like a complete idiot. It kind of the torque delivery almost balances itself. And this is one of the things that makes it's one of the things that makes AC quite hard to be quick in. Well done, Adam. Werpelizer. I've got German there. Wilfeiser. Hello, Wilfeiser. Lucas, third. Myself, fourth. M. Wheeler, fifth. D. McLaren, sixth. Fon, seventh. Hunter Bell, eighth. I'd say your name wrong. Daniel Naito, ninth. R. Afroracer, 10th. That was exhausting. Yeah, you have to not overdrive, and it'll be a lot less exhausting. You gave yourself too much work to do. John Hartley's just finishing now in 16th. It's not looking good, John, for your argument. I mean, it's not looking good, is it? What I was saying before, that maybe you're not noticing, Evo. I'm just, you know. We'll do some more Evo, though. Poor John. Poor John Hartley. He might not know that car and track, you know. Right, we're going to change car and track, though. What should we do? That was good fun. I know what we can do. This will be fantastic. Are you ready, guys? Please hold. Please hold, ladies and gentlemen. Please hold. Was the server full? It was. I'm going to add some slots as well on this one. Every time I do this, there's no point. Because not enough people join, but we'll try. Server's up. Whoa, is a car... Whoa! Slight physics issue there. Forced to spin by force feedback 4 times. What have you done with your force feedback? You shouldn't ever... The force feedback should never be doing anything that doesn't make it easier to drive. So I don't know what I don't know what you're doing. Like, what strength do you have your force feedback set to? In no way should the force feedback in a sim be doing stuff to make it harder to drive. I think you might have your wheels set up wrong. Maybe this is why you're thinking Evo's amazing. I'm driving AC with a Formula in me. You can see I wasn't struggling. I wasn't fighting the force feedback. As soon as the rear end comes to life, the force feedback slams my wheel out of your hands. Yeah, I don't know what you do. Like, you could just see that we were just driving around there totally fine. Also, you say comes to life. That's because you must massively be overdriving the car. And then your force feedback's probably too strong. So just turn the force feedback down. Or I don't know what else is going on, but yeah, just turn the force feedback down. You don't need like super strong force feedback. Well, yeah, but yeah, also, I don't know, Dan. I'm not even sure what I'm noticing. What's progressive tyre lumping? I'm not even noticing any difference, to be honest. I don't even know what's going on. Look, Ryan.
The pace car is out of control.
One wallop hits, the arse comes round. Now I have to fight 9 Newton meters of force. Yeah, I don't know what you're doing. Just counter steer. John, there's something going on. I'm sorry, but there's some shenanigans. Thanks for following. Welcome along to the channel. Late night muscle. Give me a Brussels. Yes, the force feedback telling you that you're overdriving the car. Well, join this way. Join this race. Are you in this one? It's good fun. You what? The 9 Newton meters of counter steer is baked in. I'm literally running my force feedback on like 30% strength and just cruising around. Like the physics are so easy in AC. Yeah, but Dan, I can't even notice a difference. Like the problem is, as I was saying, AC's force feedback is completely fine, and I'm not picky over force. If I can feel generally the car and the physics in the sim are accommodating, that's it. That's good enough. So I wouldn't even know where to start. John, you put plus and minus on the number pad. Turns the force feedback up and down. So you just, and then you can see it at the top. So just put it down to like 40 or something. What's this? Turn up, slip and road. I have slip on 13 and roads on 18. Right. Yeah, the plus and minus thing's well handy for individual car force feedback. But in AC1, basically 60, after 60, you're probably getting clipping. So you want to be like, it depends on your wheelbase, but 65, like 30 to 65 is normally like good force feedback range in AC, and then you can change the wheel strength on your wheel. Hopefully you do. But we do a lot of this. We try and do it. Like, I try and do this when we're not playing iRacing or if we're not peak times. The problem is, you get a lot less viewers playing AC on Twitch, and so it's a lot less ad revenue. So basically every time I do this I lose money. And then yeah, so it's like, oh, I could be making a video, I could be doing my job, you know. And no one's, also AC's old, right? So no one cares about it anymore. So it's not like it's like we all know it's awesome, we'll have a good time, but there's no interest in it because it's not new, it's not marketed. So from like a business perspective, it's awful, but I do it because it's fun. Oh, this car handles nice. Actually, this is quite a nimble car, really. What is this car? Is it a GTE? Oh, this is the Corvette GT, isn't it? We need to drive the Porsche RSR, actually. Maybe we can run this against the RSR. GT cars are mental, right? Bloody hell. The back wants to give out this easily. Hang on. Oh, everyone just stopped talking for some reason. It's really weird when that happens. Yeah, and that test. All right. Thanks for joining. This is a well fun car. How have we never driven this before? It's American. Surprised it's so good. Okay. Air brakes, guys. Air brakes. We set a pretty good first lap actually. How gorgeous is this? It looks so good. Oh, that was a lot better. My tyres are knackered. We should have added in the Porsche RSR as well. Okay, we can be a second faster. Who's Carlos? Better be the Formula 1 driver. How dare you set a faster lap time than me? Shithead. No. .5 kilograms of meat or what? Share your setup. What did you do? 5/10. Okay, now we're a second off. Share your setup. Yeah, second off there. I mean, I could be 8/10 off with this setup, but I'm not a second. There better not be some shenanigans. I guess this is it. Did we load the LFM setup? I think we did. So we had an alright setup. God, it's probably skill. It's probably a skill issue, guys. Ridiculous. I hate skill issues. Problem is with the skill issue, there's nothing you can do to get a better result in the short term. You actually have to be better. This is terrible. I don't know what I check. I'm just using defaults, I think. I think I changed the colours a little bit and the shadows a bit. Oh, this is Le Mans GTLM. I know, Loose Wheel. It would be nice. Nothing has the resolution for you to do that. None of the sort of active force feedback graphs, and then it's borderline impossible to separate the average load versus the noise. So it makes it very difficult to isolate it, the information, to describe what you're getting at. Yeah, just using the basic pure linear PP. Oh, we're coming for pole here. Yeah, it's a nice driving car. It's surprisingly nimble on the fronts for an Assetto Corsa car. Like it rotates very easily. It's not dull if you're actually at the limit, though. It's dull if you're not. This is the whole thing, isn't it? It's like actually trying to hold this at the limit really precisely is really quite tricky. Because you really need to avoid that slip on the throttle because it slows you down a lot. Well, even on this track, you have to trail brake super precise, and then you're balancing the grip through the force feedback, so you're having to be like super precise. Yeah, well, probably. Honestly, there's so many. I think there's often the case where people rude. If someone's not at the limit, they're not going to know what the car's like at the limit. Final battle. Hot lap. Please move. Oh, God. Thank you. Wow, Jet Red. I think you need to just tune your brain in different frequency. I know what you mean, but I find if you're actually really trying to get the absolute most out of it, you end up just using the same skills. It's just in different ranges of snappiness and what have you. Oh, we're super consistent at being terrible. How did he do a 2041? If you got a setup, if he has a bloody setup, tried to break later there. T in capital letters is the password. Have you got a setup? Better not have any dumb stuff on this. Right, if we're instantly faster with this, I'm not going to be very happy. Set up hacks. Let's see. Oh, I'm slower with this setup. I didn't lean on the front tyres as much as I could have. Nikolai. Oh, it's much faster through there. Okay. We need to trail brake a bit more, but also lean on the fronts more. In this setup. Oh, blessed be Ken Scott. Thank you very much. Thank you. Blessed by the Church of Force Feedback. Thank you very much for being a member. Really appreciate the support. We're still like 4/10 off. C7, it's the GTE. Right, let's try. Try the medium tyres quickly. It's good driving. It's a nice car to drive. This and the Porsche RSR are really good. Oh. I mean, if every sim drove like this or better, it'd be so good. Like, imagine racing iRacing. I'd be able to, if they had this handling with LMU netcode, oh my god, it would be so good. It would be so fantastic. It would be just compelling to like try and like, it wouldn't just be bullshit. It'd actually be good. You know what I mean? You'd be like, oh right, I'm actually using. Oh dear, such a shame. Yeah. Oh dear, it's such a shame, isn't it? It's such a shame. I don't think we've still just not had one sim that ticks the basic boxes, and I think like AC is like, you know, that's the basic boxes. Then you just need more features and some better netcode. Oh, it's a bit... Guys, be careful into T1. Be careful into T1 because it's... I'm sorry, Adam. I'm always trying to force it. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sure you'll do alright in the race. I have to force it because sometimes the game just forgets the quality results and then recycles. So I tried to leave it, but... You know... I'm sure you'll be fine. I'm sure you'll cope. Yeah, take it easy on T1, guys. Well, something wrong with your computer, Doctor. It's probably because your car's rolling at this when you go to grid. There's maybe something messed up. Maybe you've got like a bit of throttle input or something, and then it's thinking it's a jump start. I don't know. It's only happening to you. We'll do 2 races because this is good fun, this car. So we'll do a race after this. Oh, look at the lights. These cars look amazing. Okay. Unsafe rejoin now, I'd say. I don't think the positions are right. Timing board's controlled by 60s housewives. With stopwatches. There you go. Yeah, I can move the scoreboard. It's off the side. The cameras are hiding it. How is Adam so damn quick? It's ridiculous. I just can't keep up. He's got lower downforce. He's pulling away down the straights. Git. Aero boy. Oh, huge error. He's gifted it to me. Yeah, I think he's running lower downforce. He'll be right back on us. Cooked it. Kettle boiled. He'll be right in our ass though, down the straights. He's in the blind spot. He's like a London cyclist. There he is. Hello. What a battle! You can only have close racing in iRacing that you have to pay monthly subscription for. Right? Because the netcode's the best in iRacing. The memes in sim racing, honestly. Good car track combo this, I think. Look at that view. Driving in reverse. I knew there was a right-hander coming up. I was like, it's near the cheese bridge. Oh, he's lost it. Donuts. He's gone full, never go full American. Nice smoke though. That'd have been death in iRacing. Oh, he's gone too deep. Verpalized himself through the corner. Wasn't this car, isn't this a stock Assetto Corsa car as well? Like, this is not a mod, this is like a car that was in AC, and this is probably one of the best GTE cars you can drive in sim racing. The sim racing is so off the mark in terms of what like online narrative as to what's good and bad and what's available. It's insane. Like this car is superb. Billy! Oh, I won! That's how good of a car. Notice how the better the car is, the better I am, and there's no correlation between me doing better and it being a better car. That's just coincidence. We'll do a rematch, guys. But that was good. That was just fun racing. Billy, you need to get in the server, man. You need to join us. We'll do another race, guys. That looked awesome as well. This car's so nice to drive. It's super progressive, as it should be. It's GTE. It's a Le Mans prototype. AC1, yeah. I'll restart the race, guys. And I could feel like there was still quite a lot of room for me to improve there. Who got the fastest lap here? 2:05.2. Oh, did I get the fastest lap? No. Oh, I did. Go me. Oh, no, that was the last lap. Best lap, 2:05.2. Oh, the last lap was my best lap. 2:05.1. You shit. That was because I towed him. Obviously. Right, I'm going to restart. Oh. Oh, that's spelled wrong. You ready, guys? Yeah, I think it was a DLC. Yeah, I know, not a real sim race. By the way, guys, check out Billy Orish. He's live streams. He does iRacing. You're too sweaty, John. Again, John, I didn't see you at the front winning. So, you know, just saying. Hang on, I'll restart. I tell you what, guys, forget this. I'm going to restart the server, but I'll put the Porsche RSR on as well. So just that way more, and we won't do as long a quali. I think the Porsche RSRs are set. They're both GTE, though the Porsche RSR is GTE, and the C7R I think is Le Mans. I'm just going to restart the server here, guys. Rejoin. I'm going to do the Porsche RSR. Great combo of cars. Legend on the shout out. Yeah, well, people need to follow you and subscribe. Not that it helps. Well, that's fine. Fast drivers pick the Porsche. Slow drivers pick the C7. It's all good. T in capital letters is the password. It will balance out. Yeah, if you were in the top, if you were in the top 10 of that last race, pick the Porsche. How many people can pick the Porsche? And how many people can pick the it should be half and half. 1,000 videos. Man, that's sad. I don't like looking at how many videos I've done. It makes me feel depressed. I need a cup of tea, actually. Let's do a lap. Look at this. The Corvette should be faster. I need to get the sound mods on this. The Porsche's a bit more hooked up though, which is nice. See, this is the thing, right? I have to play AC between playing iRacing, because iRacing just makes me depressed with its terrible physics. And then I'm like, oh, okay, but like the online racing is fun, but it's so shit in handling at the limit. I need to play up AC, and then I can be like, all right, you know, I'm just not playing iRacing. I'm not playing it for the physics. It's just a racing game, and that's fine. It's whenever I play iRacing for like more than 5 hours a day, it's terrible. I need to like counter iRacing with AC. But generally speaking, the Porsche is a little bit more pointy than the Corvette. Like the front tends to, I know that's kind of off the throttle, it's more pointy, and as long as you've got the car turning on the throttle, it's pointy. But do I think about my Delta? No, I have it on the screen, and it's a useful. It's a useful indicator to see immediately if you were driving faster or slower. So I do have it prominent on the screen. It's a really good way. It's less so now, but as I've got, like, before I got as good at sim rate, I'm not that good, but I'm better than I used to be. It can be a really good way to indicate that, you know, you're driving corners faster, right? Once you do a lot of sim racing, you really have an intuitive sense as to what's a faster or slower corner. Like, you can just tell. You can just tell what's a fast or slow lap. I could add ballast actually to the Corvette anyway. We could just bop it if we needed to. I don't think we'll bother, but. Yeah, basically when you put less on the screen, you tend to focus on what's there. It's actually quite a problem with aircraft, is that a very common thing that people that do a lot of flight sims to learn how to fly, they spend too much time looking at the gauges in the cockpit rather than actually looking out of the aircraft. It's like there's a balance because your inner ear and your brain can process reality incorrectly, especially when it comes to flying, stuff like roll and things. So you definitely need to know instrumentation to know, you know, correct roll and altitude and airspeed. Those are big things that your brain can totally mess up. Like airspeed is particularly important because you could be slow relative to the ground, but your airspeed's actually fast or slow, you know what I mean? So I'm not saying that dials are not important, but the point is people spend too much time looking at dials rather than scanning the horizon. There's a whole process for flying, and so it's a common thing for sim people to get distracted by all the dials and focus on them too much. I watch a lot of flight instructor videos. So I plan on doing some glider flying at some point. But so I watch stuff from actual pilots. Because I think it's important, for me, it's important to be aware of what aspects, what aspects of a simulator are incorrect if you plan on doing it in real life. Like if I was going to go out and drive a simulated car, I would talk to a real driver and I'd go, right, what aspects of this sim are really far off? Because you don't want to, you know, you don't want to do something stupid because you thought it'd be okay from the sim, but it's not in real life, you know. See, the Porsche turns in a lot better on the brake. Like the oversteer from braking is a lot snappier. This version looks really smooth. What do you mean? Of the track? Road America is pretty smooth track. I don't think it's any smoother than it's pretty similar to the R-Racing one. I'd imagine any tracks that they run IndyCar on or motorbike racing, they normally tend to have very smooth surface on them. Like I know in real life that Silverstone's pretty smooth, and Donington is incredibly smooth. I think Alton Park's a little bit bumpier, and Brands Hatch is a bit bumpier as well. Silverstone, yeah. What's weird with Silverstone in real life is the short track, what's it called, the national circuit. it's there are actually like there's like hills and stuff on the track that you really don't notice in the simulators. Maybe if you had a motion rig you'd pick up on it, but there's like so before you turn left onto that long straight where you turn right if you're doing the short track, there's quite a big like, can I move my camera down? Why would I move my camera down? The camera's in a good position. It's a happy camera. Yeah. Oh, so you can see the leaderboard. Hang on. Well, obviously, you do need to see it. I'm obviously always at the top, aren't I? So, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll move this. Because I'm nice. Such a legend. See. Mirror. What a guy! Like really, honestly, probably look at who else gets. You can't like phone up BBC and go, guys, can you move the camera? And then they go, George Allegaya changing the camera. Are you happy? Whoops. I mean, if I could make this bigger, I would, but I don't think I can. See, it's called Leaderboard app. Part of Bcast. Here we go. Bcast standing. Can't make it bigger. Yeah, and that, yeah. Why am I winning? What's everyone doing? This is really bad news for you guys. Like, I shouldn't be at the top of the scoreboard all the time, you know. It's very saddening. Ah, 5 minutes. Beautiful. We could just skip to the race. How are we 3/10 faster? What? How's the Corvette slower? What are you guys doing? We've got people up well past their bedtime here. Chedhead's still here, Vox, Wolfalizer, Adam NR, he's fallen asleep. Wolflight has shown his setup, but it's not as good as mine. I'm clearly faster. If he beats me in the race, I'm going to ban him though. We have 3 people with 204s. Myself, Will Flizer and Carlos. Well, GT7 is all understeer though, so... That's true, Sim. Sim Craig. We all need to be like Red Eye Warrior. He doesn't ever sleep. He's a machine. He's part cyborg. Tamertown? Path to Tamertown coming to Steam. I tell you what, the worst thing about being a YouTuber the worst thing about being a YouTuber is you get emails for the shittest of games. Maybe this isn't a shit game, let's be fair to him, let's have a look. Nope, it looks shit. Here we go, Path to Tamertown, here we go. Oh man, I mean, it looks like they put effort into it. Oh, it's like a Pokemon clone. It's a shit Pokemon clone. Fair play. I mean, you know, if that makes him happy, fine. You get amazing emails as well, but you know, check out my indie game where I've done nothing creative at all. Why do people even do? You know, I don't get it. But the thing I always found with GT7 is the road cars were like okay, but obviously nowhere near as good as like 20-year-old PC games. But the slick tyres are just like dull, and the force feedback's dull. So that's my GT7 review. Like it just does. It's not even in the same ballpark as AC. I wouldn't say it's bad. I enjoyed doing GT Sport hot lap stuff. I enjoyed getting all the medals and things. The difference is it that I can drive? Is it that you're rolling into slip exactly like I said, and as a result you're not actively balancing the car in the slip, and as a result you're under driving, and so you're not noticing the huge physics holes in Evo? Is that what it is? Could it be what I said all along? Difference could be that I'm fat and stupid as well, but you know. Cold. Oh no, Will Flies has set a faster lap time than me. I'm gonna have to use his setup now. It's obviously better. He didn't beat me with skill, it was all set up. We'll see. We'll see. See if you can beat me in the race. To be fair, I think I could have probably been a little bit faster. So, probably skill issue. Here we go. Porsche versus Corvette. Here we go. Chedhead got deprived. Deprived of his hot lap. Should have got it sooner, Chedhead. You can't wait too long for the cheese to get fresh. The cheese needed eating. We couldn't leave it in the cupboard for the whole year. Come on. The last lap battle where the guy puts him into the wall. Yeah, that's a classic. Yeah, no, I know which one you mean. That's amazing. What's funny is the crowd were going mental and the commentators were going mental, and then the race drivers were like, "Oh yeah, it was a bit aggressive, but it was fun racing." And the guy literally put him in the wall. It was hilarious. Yeah, it's well good. Here we go. One of the best races actually. Oh, the Porsche's got better straight line speed than the Corvette. That's weird. That happens so much on this track. I saw that coming a mile off. I should have moved over more. I knew that was coming. I was like, oh, maybe he'll make it. I saw it in the mirror. Often, if you're far enough in front, you can get around the corner before they hit you. Now we got some overtaking to do. How good does this look? Hello, Count Debate. Space! Oh, there's not space! That's Count Debate's fault. Oh, God. Okay. There was space. There was space. We're proper, like, bonged off the wall there. Oh, well. It was a nice move until whatever happened, happened. Why did we stick to the wall so much? I don't understand it. I'd have to see a replay of that. I don't know why we like... It should have been like a graze of the wall, if anything. Not a... I don't understand why the car, like, fully collapsed into the wall. front of my car's too fat. That was the problem there. It was a bit of an aggressive move. probably a bit needless, if we're honest. Yeah, I think we only accept cars that have like 3 polygons. Any more's just over the top, isn't it? It's just showboating with polygons. I mean, basically, as long as you have a box, do you need anything else? You're not making it easy to work out where to pass. That's, you're really not helping there. Left, right, into the wall, back to the left, back to the right. It's like a where to pass puzzle game. Oh my goodness. Lost the rear a bit there. Don't worry about that. I think we noodled the tyres with our spin. Wow. Straight to the least likely time you expect to lose it, so that's why it catches people out. I'll be honest, that was not a great place to put the car. Bloody hell. I thought we could stick at that angle. We could not. I'm too used to driving Formula cars around here. We've got a little bit more stick than the GTEs. Although GTEs actually still have quite a lot of downforce. Too much faster. Final lap here. Yeah. Oh, well, bloody hell. These GTE cars, you tend to run them with quite forwards brake bias, which is interesting. Like, a lot of Formula cars you run at like 55 to 56.5, 57 brake bias. But these GT cars is like 65 to 70% brake bias, which is interesting. I don't know if it's just an arbitrary value or if it's actually because just how GT's set up or something, maybe the weight. Because it's not just the Porsche either, the Corvette's the same. Weird. Obviously, it just depends on. Maybe it could just be the shape of the car. Maybe not the shape. The actual weight balance of the car might already be towards the rear, or some other factor that. Oh my! Oh. Whoa! No! I have never seen a crash like that in AC. That was a good crash. Oh, I've got a replay of that. That was amazing. That looks so good. Oh dear. Yeah, my tyres have gone. Oh, the replay. Here we go. His car was like going mental. That was a good crash. That was really good. Oh dear. The wheels. The way the wheels detach in AC. Highly realistic. Oh, that was well good. No, we still came 8th despite dying. I think what it is because I think the tyres are now. I think the tyres are constrained by the road or something, so they don't have them. They can fall off. Spin to win. Ah! My wheel's gone mental. Don't show this to your girlfriend. Why has it done that? Okay, we'll just leave it. Don't worry about that, guys. Good racing there. Well done. Whirpalizer, Carlos, Vox, Chedhead, Ryan the Afraptor, Free Miner, Mindhunt, myself. Good driving. Might have a little break from AC. 5 hours of racing. Little break. I want to try Evo quickly, actually. I need a little break, though. That was good. Good murder. Good murder. Murder. Yeah, we could do some Evo. Good driving, guys. Well done, everyone on the server. That was good fun. The GT cars are great. Grass doesn't work with brakes, yeah, especially slick tyres. We'll do some Evo. We'll let's see what's happening here. Oh, my hands hurt. Assetto Corsa Evo. Assetto Corsa Evo, it is in early access. Early access means that you can't complain at all. Force feedback, can't complain. Good song, that. Guy that wrote that must be really good looking. Oh, hang on. Multiplayer beta. Is it still in the beta branch? Yeah, the AI is terrible, isn't it? How many? Let's have a look at Twitch here. We have 18,993 followers. You can just camp in the server. Look at this. By purchasing Assetto Corsa Evo in early access, you've not only received a discount. What, a discount from what? But you also get content included in version 1.0 for free. Well, not free, you bought the game. You can also find all up... Like, that's not true. So, a discount compared to a product that doesn't exist yet. So, it doesn't make any sense. You've paid the price for what it costs. It's not a discount, is it? You paid the available price. That's not how discounts work. Something has to already be being sold at a certain price for it to then be discounted. I can't go, look guys, I'm selling GamerMuscle tea bags in 6 months time. However, you can buy the pre-launch tea bags for half the price. I haven't even said what the final price will be. You don't even know what it is, but you can buy the discounted tea bags for a price. It's a discounted price. It's like, well, discounted to what? You have to know what the final price is. We don't know what it is, so how do we know what the discount is? Oh, there you go. There's that. Right. I do quite like the idea of having your like hero car in the lobby. I think, right, if they have to load the assets are like streamed in, right, what they should do is have a temporary asset that's like a car with a cloth over it, and then when the actual model has loaded, have an animation of the cloth being taken off. And then so you don't see the car pop in with it looking terrible. There you go, free tip, Kunos. I even suggested the panning cameras in this view, which I'm sure they already thought of, but you know. Track experience. The Porsche Cup car. Oh yeah, in VR. Can you turn it off? There you go. Yeah, the rotating camera. What game has that? Microsoft Flight Sim. Camera's always spinning around. You're like, terrible. Right, what are we trying? With the BMW. Let's do the BMW. That's a GT3 car, right? M4 GT3. %, the final. Yeah, I guess so. Maybe 30%. I don't know. Right. We don't have Silverstone in here. We could do Laguna Seca, but it's quite a pokey track. Suzuka's probably the best, actually. It's mostly flowing corners. What you need is like Silverstone's probably one of the better test tracks. Maybe Fuji's not too bad. Yeah, the thing is, Suzuka's mostly pokey corners. You need like the you know, the prolonged slow corners that you have at Silverstone. Really breaks physics engines. I mean, you have the uphill corners at Suzuka. No, Brands is mostly pokey corners. Brands hatch got its right-handers, but they're at high speed, so the downforce settles the car. I wish there was a way for you to have it so you didn't have to load in the textures all the time. Yeah, Spa's all high-speed corners, can't debate, so again it hides the physics. Only the bus stop at Spa is the physics breaker. And maybe the right-hander before, is it Puon? The right-hander at the top of the hill. Donington's high speed again, so apart from the right-hander before the straight, you got the slow right and left-hander on the last two corners, but Silverstone's got the best corners, really. Right, here we go. What's going on here? Right. So already, I mean, we've got the force feedback on pretty low, but there's no feeling for that slip change. So we're having to turn the force feedback up to get that feeling for that change. Otherwise, it's not coming through the wheel. Like this, it changes a little bit, but already it's lacking massive amounts of detail that you get in AC. So that was just terrible. It's like it's in slow motion. Yeah, like AC fan. Yeah, it's more peaky, but the problem is you also have less detail when it's in range as well, and also it's not got the slip doesn't balance properly, so it's on-off driving. if you're going to have more peaky tyres, you need more detailed force feedback. It's just so sluggish to drive. Why, John, why are you making, like, it doesn't matter what the reason is. All that matters is the end result. No, if, like, you're not even vaguely similar pace to me in AC1, right? You're not good enough to know what's missing. I'm shit at driving, so basically, unless someone's within, like, half a second of my pace, they are driving really badly, like, because I'm shit. Well, anyone that's, like, vaguely good at sim racing would just destroy everybody on our server. They wouldn't even need to try. All the people I know that are actually good at driving jump on whenever I race with them, do sim racing with them. Doesn't matter if they've done the car or the track before or anything. I'm saying your opinion is to... If you're talking about a driving sim and handling at the limit, if someone can't consistently drive at the limit, or they've never demonstrated it, what... It's kind of important, isn't it? It's like someone saying, "Oh, this tennis racket is shit," but they can't play tennis. Like, they're obviously not going to notice the massive issues, are they? If you're not at a certain level, you might still be okay, but... What do you mean my opinion's on it? You're not making very strong arguments. I'm not saying that someone could be slow and they could still know, but I'm just saying, generally, if someone's like seconds off the pace, and just about, it's like with AMS2, right? Pretty much everybody that's positive about AMS2 is miles off the pace, and so they're evaluating it from an under-driving perspective. This driving is all about staying under the limit rather than balancing on the limit. And someone that's not comfortable at balancing on the limit will think that's perfectly fine. But do you not understand that at the moment There's no controllable zone of like a productive slip in Evo. If with the race cars and the slick tyres, you're either under the limit or it's over the limit. That's not an incorrect analysis. You can see what's happening. What happens is it snaps over the limit and then you just snap correct it. But you're not balancing. You're just it's like ACC. It's why ACC feels so shit to drive compared to AC and AMS1. You can roll into slip like that corner there. Look, you can roll into slip on the brake. Roll into slip. That's fine. Look, we've got a bit, so you can have the understeer. Maybe brake a bit harder, induce a bit more oversteer. But it's like single direction slip per corner. As soon as you try to do any counter stick, you're locked to a trajectory. All vehicles are fast boy because it's the fastest way to drive. Like, that's just how tyres are. You want the driver to be able to have a range of slip that they can angle the car into a corner from. Yeah, but it's non-existent in this. That's the problem. Relative to how much slip there is rolling into slip, the fact that balance slip is basically non-existent makes no sense at all. I'm telling you, drivers that don't understand how to balance cars in slip at the limit don't understand what's missing. That's when they don't get it. They're like, oh, this is fine. Yeah, what you'll find with this as well, weirdly, the old road tyres, you can drift it around, but they're incredibly like vague and sloppy, which is just not the experience of driving real cars. This is just utterly dull to drive because it's like driving a train that has like understeer. So it's really tedious to drive. It's just slop through the corner driving. How is that fun? It's like iRacing. How is that a fun way to drive? And then you have this problem where if you're already into a turn and the back starts to go, it just keeps going and it doesn't come back. Doesn't matter if it's an MX-5 GT car. Doesn't matter. That's terrible. Like, I'm sorry, it's just rubbish. Like, I don't know how you can... Let's do this one. No more complaining. Oh, that's... At the moment, you don't have any shift protection, so you can... you can downshift too much. Yeah, and then you have to run the force feedback really high just to get the mild dynamics out of to feel the tyre. It's crazy. Yeah, John, it's not that simple. The physics are totally shit for compared to AC. It's not the worst on the grand scheme of driving games, but you're just under driving. You are not balancing at the limit, and there's nothing I can say that will make you understand what's wrong with the sim, because I don't think you understand. We did play Evo a lot when it first came out. See that? Just a touch too much throttle and it turns off. How come I didn't go to Sim Expo? Because it's in America. I got COVID from Gamescom, and I hadn't lined up a sponsor for Sim Gaming Expo. It cost about £700 to go to that expo for me. I've also just did Gamescom. Yeah, but it doesn't. Right, so it doesn't matter, does it? If the end result is more realistic. I don't know why this is confusing to people. A developer can technically have a more realistic tire model in a sense, but more data. But if the end result is worse, why does it matter? It's not, do you know what I mean? It's like, who cares? Like, it could be built on Pac-Man 3D. If the end result captures driving better, well, if you're drowning and someone goes, here's a life raft, right? And one of the life rafts is sinking and not working as a boat, but it's made out of the best boat materials and the best data, but the other life raft is made out of whatever shit's available, but it looks to be floating. Which life raft are you going to get on? Do you know what I mean? Oh yes, I'll get on the complicated one that's supposedly better, not the one that's floating. Sim racers are so easy to like be bamboozled with like the gish gallop of better tech. Like the iRacing thing. We've laser scanned our cars and we've got this new tire model that took 8 months to develop. It's like, okay, does it drive better than an MS1? No. Okay, well, hang on, let's See, this is what you notice with this. If you are under the limit, it feels great. It seems great. The moment you're at the limit, it feels terrible. It's like, oh, there's all this range whilst you're under the limit. The moment the vehicle is in that state of like balanced slip, it's shit. It's all the detail is in the area that's of no real value for a race car. Because in a race car, you should be driving at the limit through the corner. You're trying to avoid all the bit before. You're trying to be at the limit at all times, or in balanced slip at all times. That's you know. Otherwise, you're going through the corner too slowly. You're either under the limit or over the limit, just about. That's where you should be driving. So all that matters in a racing simulator on the driving side is how it handles in that zone, really. That's why the whole drifting thing matters, where you typically find drift sims tend to have more natural handling at the limit. Yeah, I see. AMS 1's really good. I don't think it's better than AC. It has better throttle mapping than AC. Has better suspension than AC, but it also has some of the weird R Factor 1 physics stuff. But with really good cars, it's pretty awesome. Like, the cars have balanced slip, so... Well, the problem is new iRacing is the same as old iRacing. Jimmy tends to be like too charitable in arbitrary ways. I don't know why he does that, but the iRacing aspect of it is the tyres turning off when you push at the limit. That's all that is. iRacing's the same as old iRacing. In fact, you can actually argue that iRacing has got worse because at least it was more obviously where the wall was, where that failure point was more obvious on the older tyres. The new tyres, they have a vague bit of play and then they fall off. You say, what do you mean rotational slides? It's all this cornering is terrible. The entire cornering process in this game is awful. The amount of grip seems right, generally speaking, and the speed at which you corner, suspension, all that stuff's great, but as I say, the tyre behaviour at the limit is terrible. The only reason you wouldn't notice is if you do not know how to balance at the limit in other simulators. It's just really sluggish as well. It's super sluggish in response. Like, the tyres are just glooped. Yeah, there's no way, the thing is, someone either gets it or they don't. And I'm telling you, all the people I know that are really good race drivers, the ones that have played AC Evo are like, Jesus, this is terrible. So, for the exact reasons I say. Because they're immediately driving at the limit. Appreciate the gloves. It's also the force feed. You're better off with the force feedback turned off in this in many ways. He joined my service, Steve, and he wasn't even in the top 10, but it's because he didn't know the car and the track. So I think this is a bit like AMS 2 as well, where because it's a bit sluggish and slow, again, drivers that aren't particularly quick with their corrections, they're like, oh, yeah. It's just like... Because you actually have to be quite snappy with your balancing at the limit. Right, yeah. Well, that's that. Let's do the F4 car. Again. Where is it? Am I blind? Oh yeah, I always expect this to be red for some reason. It's like this, right, if it's not from force feedback damping, it's like the tyre model is itself behaving too slowly to what's going on. Like there's a delay in the response of the tyres to what's going on with the physics. I've never been in a single car in real life where it feels like the tyres are behaving slowly. It's like there's inertia from the steering because the tyres are not responding to your steering input. It's crazy. It's so vague. This is an F2004. It should feel like mega hooked up. It shouldn't feel like I'm driving a cross-channel ferry. I've got all damping turned off. The road texture's nice though. Oh, they still got Homer Simpson in the sky. That's nice. That's true, Skyworld. The way this handles at low speed through that corner, like it doesn't want to rotate on the brake, it just wants to lock up. Going through those corners, the car's completely disconnected to what it's shit. It's just really shitty. Like, this would be fine if it was like some new indie sim from someone who's never made a sim before. You'd be like, oh, okay, it's kind of drivable, better than Gran Turismo, I guess. Like, if this was the F1, like, for the Formula 1 Codemasters games, it's better than that. So that's the thing, that's the benchmark for a lot of people. No, it's not about it being not for me. I'm just telling you the reality. It doesn't matter who it's for. I'm making objective statements. So, but you're just going to ignore them, like people, like the iRacing fans, when I say it's an objective fact that the tyres don't realistically return to grip, and iRacers will debate you to death. Even though it doesn't matter. People that don't know can't accept things, even if you explain to intricate detail exactly what's going on, they can't accept it. Because they don't know. So basically, this is why I say someone has to be at a certain skill level to get it. It's on the he's on the left there. Coming around this corner. There you go, in front of us now. Also, when the rear lights up from the TC, you can see the response of the vehicle's really sluggish and just not snappy enough. And the irony is, AC1's too sluggish. So this is actually more sluggish than AC1. And if you were to be critical of AC1's physics, it's not snappy enough for this type of car in real life, or like GT3 cars and stuff. They're much snappier, and this is less snappy than AC. The force feedback is a bit... since the last update, the force feedback is a lot closer to AC, but the physics are still super sluggish, so, you know, and I still feel like there's a lot of damper in the force feedback still, for whatever reason, so... No, Stefano works for Kunos again now. He made a boat sim and then now he's working as a CTO for Kunos. First gear. Yeah, I mean, I'm. What lap times are you doing in the in this car around this track? It's just so dull to drive. That like it's the sluggishness of the vehicle. It's the lack of controllable combined slip control. It doesn't want that at all. It's the if you actually get onto the limit, the tyres basically just turn off, and then the dull force feedback. It you know, and that is it. And this vehicle should be like one of the most pokey, pointy, to the point vehicles that you can have in a racing sim, bar its traction control. But obviously you can turn that down if you ignore the traction control. It's like, yeah, it just, the whole thing just turns into a rote memorization process of like, yeah, it's shit. Absolutely, could be any game, doesn't matter. Once you're in that, it's just memorizing it. The thing is though, like iRacing, like ACC, a lot of sim racers like that because they just memorize it and then they're like, oh my god, and they've just out memorized the other person that hasn't spent the same amount of time memorizing it. Why, John? It's terrible. It's just, why go to Brands Hatch in the MX-5? What, to compare lap times or something? I mean, I've humoured you. It's piano roll driving. No, but you are. That's what you're doing. You just don't realise it because you're too bad at driving. Okay. But as I say, you can get fat like iRacers. In iRacing, there's no real balancing of the car. It just turns into who's put the most time into driving that thing. Right? We will do. I'm just giving this a good shot. I'm getting some B-roll of driving so I can make another miserable video about the game. The graphics are nice though. On my budget computer, that's nice. I've already been blacklisted. I've been blacklisted by iRacing and Kunos. They only want influencers that won't say won't be directly honest. That's how it normally works. Yeah, I mean the gloves are pretty nice, to be honest. I mean, it's so vague and unresponsive. The car's also getting trapped in understeer as well. I'm always shit at these last corners here. On the indie track, you have to like compromise your line a bit, otherwise you lose too much speed from the slip. Right, you see this thing that's occurring on T1? It's just stupid. It's just stupid. Can you imagine if you're sort of trying to do a hot lap and in an MX-5, and I'm not absolutely ragging it through there, and then the car is like that sensitive to going into one of the most dangerous situations you can have on this track. A lot of people do lose it down the hill of is it Graham Hill Bend? A lot of people do lose it there, but they lose it because they're pushing, not because they're on their third warm-up lap. Maybe they might lose it on cold tyres, but you know what I mean? They don't lose it mentally because they've got a tiny bit of understeer. I mean, the downshifting. I don't know if it's because I engine brake too aggressively. No, I am trail braking into the corner, can't debate. The problem is, it's initially fine and then it goes mental when you trail brake whilst turning. It's just unhinged. But you see what's happening here as well? This is a rote memorization of what's faster. I'm not like just driving around and then balancing. It's literally, I'm now going, all right, T1, this is the fail thing. This, you know, it's such a dull way of driving. Yeah, this is ace. I'm not sure with this car if we're better off revving out the engine or if we're better off. Like, I don't know. Oh, it didn't respond to the counter steer at all. Like, that's not an unrealistic place for the back to step out in the car. I've seen quite a few people crash there in real life. But again, it's like a binary fail condition. I immediately counter steered, nothing. No response to the counter steer. If that happens in a race, It's not fun, is it? It's in slow motion as well. That's the thing. That whole... Oh, it's just really weird. Really, really weird. I don't know how people can't tell. I don't know how they don't notice. Like, what... Well, if I'm your pace, whilst I still haven't even set a vaguely acceptable lap, that's a bit worrying. And we haven't done any balancing of slip whatsoever. Because the moment you get oversteer, it gets stuck like that. So, this is exactly what I mean. It's a good track. I like it. Ah! Hello? That makes it harder to drive if you can't see the screen. I mean, it's so shit. So shit. Like, as soon as you are actually getting onto the limit and you try and trail brake the car when it's on the limit, like the tyres are purposefully at the limit, it goes into like, it's like the whole, it's the antithesis of driving. That should be this part where it's fun to drive. The moment you're in slip to balance, it's stuck and goes mental unless it's a power slide. Like, how can you not detect that? How can you drive it and not see what's happening unless you are chronically driving under the limit, so you don't notice it because you're not aiming to get the car into that slip. No, hang on. What are you talking about? Like, my braking is pretty good on the grand scheme of things. we're like ridiculously precise with our brake. It's not that we're slamming the brake on. You can see the brake input on the screen. You can see what we're doing. No, why would you want to do that? See, this is what I'm saying, it's a skill issue for you. You shouldn't be adjusting, you shouldn't be adding like brake curves and stuff to things. It should work with precise linear input. I have like really well set up brake pedal. In fact, it's like artificially good because I have the I have a M booster pedal set up really really well for precise input. Again, you can see us driving the other cars in other sims. You can see that we're not having an issue with precise braking. You know, good luck being in the top split and iRacing with wonky brakes. No, see, the thing is, you actually want the tyres to be on the limit. You want that slip. You actually want the slip that you're intentionally putting it into to rotate the car. Larry Lambert from Brazil. How's it going, Larry? See, we've got a nice, cheerful Brazilian lady in the chat. That's what we needed. Larry to the rescue. Appreciate it. Bloody hell. Why can't everyone be like Larry Lambert? Nice Brazilian lady. There's too many miserable, mouldy British men in here. I bet you Larry Lambert knows how to party. Brazilians are mental. Probably like stay out partying till 4 in the morning. I'm okay. How are you doing? If you, Larry, if you go out partying, what time would you stay out till? Guarantee they just stay out all night. Pure party animal. No? Oh, disappointed me. Yeah, it's all preemptive driving based off route memorization. Rubbish. We could do 5/10 faster. We haven't hooked up a single lap yet. Yeah, it's and the other thing with this robo driving is it's all racing line. Terrible.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. So that is the main. So it's probably one of the
At no point, right?
One of the or not.
At no point are we balancing slip.
Even F1 or GT mods. They're really.
At no point am I balancing slip left and right or anything. It's literally going to the corner, understeer, transition. It's fine. It's basic driving. It's like iRacing driving. But that's like the step before actually managing grip properly. It's like the sort of... It's what noobs don't realise there's another step onwards. What lap time are you getting, John? I mean, I'm sorry, but 150.5, we could probably do a 152 at least. So, yeah, let's go back to the normal AC with the MX-5 at Brands Hatch Indy and see and but yeah, that's just it's absolutely not fun for me to drive that. It's just not enjoyable. It's robotic driving with no soul. also so much damping in that as well that I have to crank up the force feedback just to get a little bit of dynamic range from it. It's like, what on earth? So I'm playing DDR with a wheel. Alright. Here we go. Oh no! Didn't want those settings. I'll drag my wheels across the ground. Inferior gloves. It's true. I mean, to be fair, the glove polygon count is a lot higher in Evo. The gloves are definitely last gen, yeah. Okay, there's some weird shit going on with this. The floor's vibrating. I think it might be the camera settings, but that's a problem. Because the gloves aren't weighing the car down, they're too light. The thing is, I feel like if Evo had controllable slip at the limit properly, and then the force feedback wasn't heavy, then it'd be like totally fine. If the slip was like actually balanced rather than it just turning off, then I think it'd be all right. The thing is, though, in terms of perception, the difference with the MX-5 in AC is it feels like you have to actively push it into the corner, which is the experience I've ever had in any real car I've ever been in. The sensation is one of you need to push the car, like the car will grip. You have to push into the corner. It's not one of, oh, I better be really careful because I don't, I better hold back in case the car gets stuck in slip. There's definitely more grip variation in Evo under the limit, right? And I think that's what people latch onto, because under the limit, I think it does have more interesting physics under the limit. In the, if you're braking and accelerating, the car's kind of going from oversteer to understeer, that aspect. But then that's all happening in like slow motion, and then that's all beside the point once you're actually at the limit, because you just skip that bit. You're not driving in that part of the tyre because you're on the brake to the point of not doing that sort of sloppy driving. Well, it's not even, it's different again to iRacing. iRacing's got really sludgy tyres, but at the same time, under the limit, iRacing's a lot more nimble than Evo. It seems that way. We're faster in, hang on. No, we're faster in this. What were we doing in Evo? Right, so this is the thing as well. If you're a somewhat average driver, the driving process will feel the same between both games, right? Unless you're someone that's actually at the limit, this iRacing, Evo would all seem the same, really. Like, we're kind of braking in the same way, we're kind of trail braking in the same way, we're kind of taking the same racing line. Oh yeah, this one doesn't have the fancy stitching. Stitching is what gives you the pace. Everyone knows a bit of stitching adds to the speed. That's why older cars were so fast in a straight line. They had more stitching. From your average player's perspective, right, there is no point in any of the physics differences in Evo over AC. Like, your 90% of sim racers and gamers, there is no point. They wouldn't notice or care. So why bother changing it? Why bother? What's the point? If you have a game where Max Verstappen says it's the best sim on the market and it's good enough for one of the best drivers in the world and a lot of other real-world drivers, Delara, Ginetta, whole bunch of driver training places, if it's good enough for them, why change it? I don't get it. Why change the good thing? Why do we have iRacing staying shit for 17 years with no changes, and then the thing that's fantastic getting worse? But it doesn't have an authentic feel, John. What do you drive in real life? Like, I know very good real-world drivers. I've noticed online you have these a lot of people go, oh, well, I've driven real cars. And it's like, oh, what, you've done some MX-5, some go-karting. Okay, that's about as relevant as someone that's never done any driving, I'm afraid. Like, get back to me when you've driven, like, Radicals, F3, F2, F1. I think I'll consider those views a little bit more. Well, you see with this car as well, right? When we get the slip, going into that corner, and the grip just returns straight away, no issue. That is my experience, very limited. Well, Formula 4 slow, it's not really a, you know, and you could have been shit at it. So, you've just paid to drive a Formula Ford. If you're also, you would rinse me if you're a good real-world driver your lap times would just absolutely destroy mine. Like the people I know that are actual good drivers, they're like 2 seconds faster than me without even trying. If I go karting with them, they're like 3 seconds faster. It's ridiculous because they're actually good drivers. Like when any of them join our server, they are finishing like 2 seconds ahead of everyone. Even the mediocre drivers that are better than me are like 0.7 to a second faster. I know, David, he won't take it on board. He won't accept it. He won't. It's going to turn out that John hasn't got any arms and he's doing his best. He's been driving with a dance mat, trying his hardest, and I've been dissing him for being slow, but actually I should really respect his dance mat skills. I'm sorry, John. Oh, I need to get Richard Burns Rally installed. Where can we get Richard Burns Rally from? Is Rally Sim Fans still the best option? It's been the best option for like 20 years. Bloody sim racing, guys. It's not changed over 20 years. I will have to give it a go. What are you doing up Novotny? Bloody hell. 20 years! What's going to happen if Project Motor Racing ends up being amazing? What happens then? That will be that would be funny. That'd be pretty hilarious, actually. Out of nowhere, Project Cars 3 comes to vanquish all the Sims. Project Cars 3.5. Tell you what's funny though, if Project Motor Racing sells well and does well, it shits on EA so hard. EA completely balls up Project Cars 3, and then the same basic developer goes independent and then does a game by themselves, and oh look, that'd be so funny. What's funny is with Project Cars 3, right? If they'd been allowed to do it kind of how they wanted to or whatever, and what it was meant to be, it would have actually have been closer in many ways to what you see with Evo in terms of like single player, car unlockables, you know. And also, it'd be branded as you wouldn't call it Project Cars 3. You just call it like Project Cars Go or something. As like the point would be, you get to use all the branding, licensing, IP, and you get to use a lot of the assets. But you also basically just put in a sort of unlockable, simple player path, right, with good gamepad input and stuff and some polish. And then you do a actual Project Cars 3 at a later date. Well, the irony is, I never really understood that complaint because most sim racers are not ever doing pit stops. They're doing sprint racing and stuff. So it don't really matter. Like, if the goal is to just make a fun game to play through with loads of missions and things, it don't really matter. The problem is if you call the game the same as your previous title, it's obviously going to confuse everyone, right? It was bad PR, unlike PMR. I like that people keep calling PMR PMS by accident. It's like, that's something else, guys. Yeah, that's not what you mean. That's something that happens later in a woman's life. Yes, a crucial thing here is, in AC, the car is actually, it's responding to the driver's inputs faster as well compared to Evo. So that also makes it more satisfying to drive. And that's a crucial thing in a real car, is they kind of feel responsive to what you're doing. You don't feel like, I'm waiting for this to, like, you know what I mean? Like, some road cars can feel like shit, but a car with like race suspension, and you still feel stuff straight away in a road car, it's just you have to wait for the suspension to like compress and everything for stuff to happen. Well, that's it. I'm proving that you're incompetent at Assetto. You're not at the limit, so that's why the steering authority seems too much. Most people complain that it's not too much. The complaint for AC normally is the whole understeer sim. Wow, there you go. What were we doing in Evo? It's just much more fun to drive this. I mean, this, you know. Well, no, that's AMS. That's race room skywalk. The understeer thing is people getting they go into the corner too hot and then they can't turn. So it's the opposite of what you're saying. They get frustrated with the fact that they can't turn the wheel. Not that they're intentionally driving into understeer. It's that they've gone too fast into a corner and then they're like, oh, why is the front not biting the road? Whereas in race room, you intentionally have to go into the corner to, like what you're describing is how you have to drive race room. So basically, they've not set the force feedback up in AC because you can quite clearly feel how fast you go into a corner. And also in AC1 as well, it's like AMS1. It's very much just at the midpoint of the corner. So it's basically the same. It's basically the same in AC and AMS1 where it's just that transition point from when you hit the apex. Whereas AMS1 you want to go in kind of wide and then put the throttle for insta rotation, and then AMS2 sorry is like that. iRacing you have to always just stay under the limit, roll the car in before the corner. Oh well, at least we got some nice B-roll of I fully understand now, 100% know what's bollocksed in Evo. So because we're driving that MX-5 and driving the Ferrari really does highlight what's going on there. Right, Rally Sim fans here. Right, what's this? Plugin update. NGP7, new tyre model. I bet the new tyre model actually doesn't do anything. How do you download it? Download. Download the RSF installer. Open your favourite torrent. Oh, it's just a torrent file. What programs have a torrent file? What's a good free torrent? Well, we got like a there's a free one here. Yeah, I'm downloading that. Yeah, no, a lot of browsers do, but Why is this bugging out when we touch the screen? It's fine until we touch it and then it goes crazy. We've broken it. We've broken the display. We're always hacking the teapot. Okay. It's downloading. What will happen? 12 megabytes a second. How big is it? 31 gig? Okay. What's the maximum speed do you think we can get on a torrent? It's weird how BitTorrent was like a really big thing and then it seemed to just sort of die down. I mean, I'm sure people still use it to share files, but... We're only connected to 6 peers. We're getting 50 megabits a second. Yeah, people down. I think news groups replace torrents. In the end. Well, it's gonna take a while to download. I think I might have a break. Have a break. Sit. Break time. I'm not sure what we achieved today, but we achieved nothing, but something. So that's good enough for me. Right. Well, there you go. Time to get a new. Time to contact them and find it again. We did it. We did it. Alert! Severe alert. That's my new saying now. Severe alert. It's not just a mild alert. It's a severe alert. Severe alert. Severe. It's perfect. Right. Yeah, it was some good racing. Wow. I don't know. I'll send you to this person. Have a good night, guys. See you tomorrow, hopefully. Thanks for watching. Bye.